Morning and welcome to the April 14th, 2022 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. This is our third and final day of budget workshops for the fiscal year 2022-23. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Hart.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
And Chair Hartman.
Here. Please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. CEO Miyasato, do you have a report today?
No report this morning.
Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I'd like to remind the public that on Tuesday, April 12th, we continued the special issue on maintenance and capital projects to today's budget workshop agenda, and that will be heard after the policy and executive functional group and before the special issue on digital transformation update. Additionally, I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP under their language settings. That information is currently being provided through the TV scroll. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend the meetings in person, both in Santa Barbara Board Hearing Room Chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room Chambers. Please note the board is following all local and state guidelines and are no longer requiring face coverings indoors. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will no longer be required to wear a face covering, but please be advised that the Public Health Department is still strongly encouraging all county staff and members of the public to mask and socially distance themselves in crowded areas. I would also like to remind the public that if you require any special accommodations, please contact the clerk of the board to make that request, preferably on the Friday prior to the board meeting. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided. You'll be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name, and when removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for this morning.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So that brings us to the business of the day, which is to look at the policy and executive departments and then turn to our special issues. We will have public comment at the close of each functional group and then after each special issue. And our general public comment will be at the very end of the meeting. So with that, our Assistant CEO, Nancy Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and members of the board. Today, we will be hearing the last functional group, policy and executive. We do have a change to announce on the agenda. The maintenance and capital project special issue was deferred from Tuesday to today. It will be the first special issue heard after the functional group. The second special issue to be heard, as indicated, was a digital transformation update to be followed by the ARPA funding update. Board members have submitted a few board inquiry forms. Staff are diligently working on those, and we hope to have those to you sometime this morning. You also have 2 document updates provided to you today. One is an update to the CEO presentation to add the expansion request related to the waterfront infrastructure feasibility study. The other is an update to the expansion request table, your tab 3 that includes the new requests and provides updated CEO comments for consideration as the board discusses those items later today. Paul Clementi is ready to present the functional group summary if we are ready to proceed.
Mr. Clementi.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. The Policy and Executive Functional Summary Group is 27% of countywide GFC. This is in large part due to the General County Programs Department, which receives GFC for a wide variety of programs and policies, including cannabis revenues, 18% maintenance funding, and Northern Branch Jail operations funding before these are transferred out to departments. The group makes up 6% of operating expenditures at $76 million and is 2% of the county's full-time equivalents, the FTEs, at 109. For operating revenue and GFC, what jumps out quickly is the operating revenue and CEO, which is due to the risk fund being in the CEO's department, as well as ARPA revenues, which come into the Department 12 before being expended or transferred out. So those are those large jumps you see there. General county programs, the GFC increases we see there are driven by the programs I mentioned on the prior slide. Here we see expenses that mostly mirror the revenues on the prior slide, with the exception of general county programs. As I mentioned, it receives the GFC in, and then it transfers that out to other departments for prioritized programs and board policies. Transfers are not an operating expense, so they don't show up as an operating expense on this slide. Finally, FTEs have been mostly flat in the Board of Supervisors and County Council. CEO's office has had increases over the prior years for additions for a variety of positions, such as the cannabis program being stood up, a couple analysts, and positions in risk and others. And Wes can speak more to those when he walks through the CEO slides later. That concludes.
Okay, so turning to County Council, Rachel Van Mullum. And her team.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Rachel Van Mullum, County Council, and in over 20 years of working for counties, I've realized that most people don't know what County Council does, and they don't have any idea what the County Council team does for the county. When I say that I'm an attorney for County Council and I work for the county, people automatically assume I work for the district attorney or a public defender. I say, no, I do public law for the county. So they ask, you mean like when someone sues the county? I say yes, among other things, but we also advise the county departments. Usually the next question is how many attorneys we have in our office. When I say 32, people tend to be surprised and say, really, does the county get sued a lot? And I say it happens from time to time. So for the benefit of the public today, I'm going to spend some time providing an overview of what our office does, at least what I can cover in the short time frame. Since we are an internal services department, our clients are your board, the CEO, all the county officers and departments you've heard from this week, and special districts. Our work is sometimes invisible to the public. We are the county's in-house counsel. We are an internal law firm. And we divide our work into two categories. First, we support county departments by advising on legal requirements so that they can provide programs and services to the county. And we protect the county treasury by litigating. So I'm going to come back to these categories in a few minutes. Despite some unusual challenges, your county council team had an exceptional year. We litigated large, time-intensive cases. We continued to litigate our ongoing calendars, child welfare, probate, assessment appeals, conservatorships. We supported major county programs such as cannabis and the COVID-19 response. And we did all of this while balancing all of the advisory requests we get from county departments. COVID did change the way we do business. It increased our litigation backlog due to COVID court delays. We spent a lot of time on COVID-19 response, including review of over 100 health officer orders and continuous changing legal requirements. We transitioned our litigation from in-person to remote, and then now we are transitioning back again. And we are very deliberate about staying coordinated with our weekly meetings. Our operating budget is $11,648,600. More than $9.6 million of that is general fund. We have no service level reductions, and I thank you for that, and no expansion requests. I do want to take a moment and thank CEO Miyasato and Budget Director Nancy Anderson for helping us work through some of our budget issues that used to make our budget more complicated. And a few years ago, as we switched to general fund, that's made things a lot easier for our office. And I especially want to thank Wesley Welch and Paul Clementi for support throughout the year and answering questions as we've gone along. So you're going to see this displayed in a few different ways over the next few slides, so I'm not going to stop on each one, but it's just demonstrating that most of our funding comes from general fund. And we use all of those funds for legal services. But I'm going to break that down a little bit and explain a little more what our 43 employees do. So first category, we support county departments. We do this by reviewing and advising on hundreds of contracts and grants, resolutions, ordinances, assisting on real property transactions, land use permitting, enforcement, and advising on capital projects. The majority of items that come to your board on a weekly agenda go through our office for review. We also support county departments through litigation. More than half of our attorneys litigate full-time. This litigation protects the county treasury. Sometimes we are bringing in revenue with our 3 attorneys and legal office professional that do assessment appeals and bring in property tax dollars. Sometimes we protect the county from having to pay out funds when it's not warranted, such as our jury trial success for a breach of contract case where they were seeking over $2 million in damages. Because of the types of litigation we do, some of the attorneys you don't see very often, and some of our litigation does go to support county departments, such as our 4 attorneys and 3 legal office professionals that support social services, litigating an average caseload of more than 700 dependency cases. Each one of those cases represents a child that social services is helping. We also have approximately 5 attorneys and 3 legal office professionals that litigate 45 cases ongoing. And I say approximately because we resolve cases and more cases come in. These cases are personal injury and civil rights, employment, and property rights. These cases are time-intensive, involve a lot of discovery, and often last for years. But this past year, we resolved 23 of these types of cases with 83% no payout by the county, and the remaining 4, a total payout of less than $75,000. We also have 3 attorneys and a legal office professional defending your board's policy decisions. And that includes prevailing or obtaining dismissal in 12 land use cases this past year. Because our advisory requests come from 20 different departments, the CEO, multiple special districts, your board and your staff, our advisory work is always changing. And as I mentioned, our litigation fluctuates as well. So while half of our attorneys litigate full-time, many of our attorneys litigate cases and also advise departments. For instance, our current attorney assignments include an attorney that advises the auditor and treasurer tax collector on all things financial, also advises the elections division, reviews contracts, advises the Historic Landmarks Advisory Commission, and helps the county file a claim if we need to seek bankruptcy. We have another attorney that advises the Sheriff's Department, reviews contracts for social services, litigates land use cases and personal injury cases, and is the primary attorney for Southern California Edison. Another attorney advises Public Works Transportation, sits with the Montecito Planning Commission, advises flood control, reviews software contracts for multiple departments, and handles federal and state litigation.
And my last example, I have many, but I just picked a select few, is a deputy that litigates bail bonds, writs petitions for the sheriff's department, probate cases for the public guardian, advises probation, and works with 9 Brown Act committees, including the Ag Preserve Advisory Committee, the Air Pollution Control District Hearing Board, and the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. We met all of our Renew 22 goals, including financial resiliency. We did this in part by implementing innovations from Innovate SBC. We had almost 25% of our staff attend Innovate SBC this year. And we are very proud of our retention rate. This past year, it was 98%, so we had another strong year. And we sought and implemented feedback from the CEO and county departments. We also met or exceeded all of our performance measures. Our goal is to resolve litigation at 85% or less than the amount we reserved for that case, and we are estimated to end the year at 90%. Our goal is to resolve 60% of our cases with no payout, and as I said before, we exceeded that at 83%, and we completed 100% of our employee evaluations on time. Since my appointment last year, this is my first chance to publicly thank you for the opportunity to serve as your county council. I want to thank Chief Assistant Amber Holderness and the rest of the county council team for their support and hard work this past year. It really has taken the whole team to have the Office of County Council have a smooth transition and a successful year. What I love about this job is that as legal professionals, we always have the opportunity to learn and grow. As you can see, we have plenty of variety and there's always something new. And working for the county gives us all an opportunity to have an impact every day and do work that we're proud of. So that brings me to my quote, that you cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Well, thank you, Chair Hartman. It's also an opportunity for us to publicly thank you for applying for the job, Rachel. You've done a fantastic job. I think your presentation here today is a good reminder, not only to this board, but the public and the county about the impactful work that your office is doing. You know, Mike was very beloved by everyone, but you've stepped in, and I think it's hard to do, but it exceeded expectations. So thank you, Rachel. And thank you, County Council team.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, I learned something. I didn't realize what a broad portfolio each attorney has, and that really does make it exciting. But you have to really hustle to learn all those different areas of very complex law. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you mentioned something at the beginning that a lot of what you do is invisible work, or at least to the public. But I can assure you that it isn't invisible to us and to other department heads. I always think it's humorous that we go into closed session for like 2 hours and we come out and the phrase "no reportable action" is always given like we didn't do anything. But it's because of your hard work and the skill of your team that, you know, we find ourselves a lot of time with no reportable action. So all I can say is keep up the good work. You have an amazing team around you, and I always, just like, I would say almost without a fault with our department heads in our CEO's office, that, you know, we get approached all the time, weekends, at night, those kind of things from constituents who raise concerns. A lot of times it does have a legal angle to it, and you know, I always feel like I can call you at any time. All of our department heads are so good at responding, and just a joy to work with. Thank you.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to echo the comments of my colleagues. I'm just so grateful for the work that everybody in County Council does on behalf of the county. But personally, I want to thank Ms. Van Molen, because more than one occasion, I've created a little crisis on a Friday afternoon, and She has just without hesitation stepped into that, and I know it's not just her. There are other, that my crisis turns into her crisis, which turns into all of your guys' weekend work. And, I get things on Sundays that are super responsive and help me, answer constituent questions. And I'm on a regional board. We're having a crisis right now. I really appreciate the extra work that you put in to help with that. And I just know every time, and I don't overuse it. It may seem that way at times, but I do restrict myself. But when I do call and push the bat line number, I know that you're going to be there soon as needed. So thank you.
So I guess that's all. It's just when people ask you, it's the best law firm in the state.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. So turning now to the Board of Supervisors, CEO Miyasato.
Board members, this year, the board has a status quo budget, and I've asked Wesley Welch, the business manager for the county executive office and for the board of offices, to present the budget. And while he's walking over there, I do want to, first of all, recognize your board and also talk about invisible work. Thanks to your board chiefs of staff and your board aides who work day in and day out, serve our constituents, problem solve, and connect residents to the right county resource. So we just want to say thank you to them and all their hard work in the past and in the coming year. And I also want to note something that I've said before, and that's that when I look around at other counties that some of our employees have gone to, this board never went fully remote in the last 2 years. And a couple of newspapers picked that up, but I really want to emphasize why that was important. Even though you socially distanced, you wore masks. At times, some members were in Santa Maria, some were here. At times, some were on the dais, and some were down below, as we lovingly refer to as the pit. You continued, you stuck it through, and that continued your personal rapport, your relationships, and even as you disagreed with each other, you were always civil and committed to working on the best solution. And so, as Supervisor Adam used to say, you continue to ride for the brand. And that's made us a better brand, and I think it reflects in next year's budget. So thank you, and I'm going to hand it over to Wes.
Thank you, Mona. Good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. I'm here to present the Board of Supervisors budget for the year. The board's budget does include 6 budget programs, the 5 districts individually, and a board general program that encompasses items that do not fit in any specific district. Key challenges and emerging issues for the board this year include ensuring long-term financial stability of the county while addressing community priorities and compliance with mandates. To continue working towards a more inclusive and equitable future for the county, to ensure resiliency in addressing our water supply and drought conditions, as well as changing climate impacts, and to continue to adapt to new district boundaries with new constituents and community partners added through redistricting. Our COVID-19 impacts. We worked with state, federal, and nonprofit partners to advocate for and implement COVID-19 relief and recovery programs for businesses, individuals, tenants, property owners, and underserved communities. Work to ensure accuracy and transparency of information related to the COVID-19 public health crisis and ensure access in Spanish and Mixtec. Enhance public safety by facilitating equal and easy access to COVID-19 testing and equitable and efficient access to the COVID-19 vaccine. Continue to govern in person from board chambers both in Santa Maria and Santa Barbara, providing ease of electronic access to the public. The budget summary. The operating budget is $3.9 million. It is entirely funded by general fund contribution. It supports 19.62 FTE. As Mona indicated, this is a status quo budget with no service level reductions, no restoration requests, and no expansion requests. Source of funds, 100% general fund, and that is split amongst the 5 board offices and the board general. Staffing summary remained relatively flat for the past 5 years at approximately 20 FTE. Operating revenue and general fund contribution, again, 100% general fund. It's crept up with salaries and benefits, other charges. Anticipated accomplishments. The board has made significant investments to address homelessness through services, programs, encampment cleanup, and creation of temporary and permanent units. The board has funded a study to investigate options to provide housing to county employees. funded part of the acquisition of the West Mesa of the San Marcos foothills, and allocated funds toward additional trail acquisition throughout the county. We're moving forward with the first ever county recreation master plan and have provided businesses and rental assistance grants and expanded economic and regional opportunities at Vandenberg Space Force Base. In the coming fiscal year, the board will continue to work with the community on recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, efficiently and effectively use public resources, and maintain the long-term fiscal health and sustainability of our county, continue to support and enhance economic vitality in Santa Barbara County, to continue to develop proactive solutions to the homelessness crisis, and finally continue the 18% maintenance plan previously adopted by the board. No service level reductions. And basically, in summary, the Board of Supervisors works to provide quality public services to the people of Santa Barbara County in response to their need for a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment, and to establish and maintain a workforce which reflects the diversity of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. You know, this department, you know, being a previously staff member as chief of staff and now serving on the board has been something I've always kept an eye on because that was partly my job before I moved up a seat. And, you know, I really understand how important it is, the different functions that come from our board offices. Not only do we have the policy and the judicial responsibilities and the executive responsibilities, but the constituent services that we end up providing for our residents. You know, especially on an unincorporated area, our offices tend to be, and as I like to tell people, you know, we're the city manager, mayor, city council all rolled into one. Sometimes public works director too. So with that, you know, the allocation of funding for the board offices, you know, has fluctuated over the years and sometimes based on demands. Now that we've gone through redistricting, is there any plans to look at those numbers and making sure that each office has resources to properly address the needs of their constituents?
Supervisor, we have started looking at that, and I'll let Wes provide more detail, but I believe there's a meeting next week.
That is correct. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we will be having a meeting next week to ensure that all of our constituents have equitable representation through their board offices.
Okay, thank you.
And I just wanted to add one point to that. Did a little work looking at how many new constituents each of us has, people who didn't vote for us, but they find themselves with us, and that we have to get to know. So D1 has about 3,500 new constituents. D5 has about 8,000. D2 has about 27,000. D4 has about 46,000. And D5, 62,000. So it looks to me like D4 and D5 have a lot of work, and I know D4 has more unincorporated than it's had before. So I think there is an argument for D4 and D5 to, at least for this year, to have enough resources to deal with these new, this transition in a smooth way. Supervisor Lavanino?
Are you sure I have 62,000 new people?
You have 8,000.
Okay, I thought you said D5.
D5, 8,000.
Okay. Oh, so you went backwards. Oh, D5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
I went in order of the least.
The least.
to
Okay.
the-
Okay. I was like, there's no way I have 62,000
Yeah,
new
no,
people.
I
All
had
right.
to do that myself.
Okay.
because-
All right.
Picked up some San Luis Obispo County?
I was like, hey,
Rank
I've got to take
order.
another look at those lines. Because there's about 50,000 people I haven't met yet. Okay.
No, but I have 60,000 and Bob has 46,000, so.
Yeah. I understand. That's an interesting point. I think there's a million different ways you could look at this. And I'm sure Wes is going to do a great job of listening to everybody's issues and then coming out with something that's equitable. And I would imagine it's something that we would have to approve as a board, or would just be a policy action, or?
Comes back.
We would come back to your board if
Okay.
there was any changes to your district budget,
Okay,
your district
very good.
budgets.
No other lights? Just a big smile from Supervisor Hart.
Counting all those 27,000 new people.
Okay, I think, Wes, we're done with that one.
Thank you.
So turning now to the CEO's office. CEO Miyasato.
Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm going to start this off, and I'm actually going to give Wes Welch an opportunity to do our budget because he prepares it every year. But I'd like to start off by starting with the end in mind and opening with our quote. You don't have to go to it, but I'm going to open with our quote, and that is, "Vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes time." So vision with action can change the world. And I think that's why all of you are supervisors today. That's why all our staff are here working for the county to change the world. And the CEO's office is charged with executing your vision. Sometimes it's 5 visions, sometimes it's 1 vision, sometimes it's 10 visions. But we work in part with and through our departments and doing it in a way that ensures financially sound operations, and that's why we're here today, a dynamic organizational culture, and that's why we introduced Renew 22. We manage risk through our risk management division, respond to emergencies through our OEM, and keeps the core processes of a democratic government functioning. And that's why we're here today with our clerk of the board. So I want to take a moment to thank our CEO staff, and not just for this past year and the year to come, but for the last 2 years. So if you don't mind, I'd like to take that opportunity now. We've been led by our able and talented Assistant County Executive Officers, Terry Nisich, Jeff Brackwell, and Nancy Anderson, and our division heads and their staff. Greg Milligan, who is our new risk manager and his whole risk management team, Kelly Hubbard, and our ever ready for action OEM team, Jacqueline Alexander, and the always helpful clerk of the board staff, including their 16-pound mascot, Chase. Chase the dog, I'm sure some of you have met her already. Paul Clementi and the ever analytical and inquisitive budget team, Brittany Heaton and her very busy cannabis licensing group. And board members, I want to let you know that our target next year is issuing 100 licenses, as well as Lindsay Walters, who helps oversee Health and Human Service Coordination, and Jasmine McGinty, our legislative coordinator, who takes on everything we throw at her, and of course Wes, our business manager, Anthony Sandoval, our accountant, and of course Kathy Cheezick, who keeps the team organized and on time most of the time. And I wanted to say, while my department staff had, department had people leave during COVID, like all departments, we also gained employees from other departments and city governments. So we benefited from their losses. So thank you to George, Tanya, and a half thank you to Daniel, because while we took one of his staff, he took 2 from us. So we do a lot in the county executive office. As many of you know, we work closely with the board, and Wes will describe some of the things we've done and what we plan to do next year, but we can't do everything. And Barney Malekian is in my ear every morning when I think what he always says is, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. We can't have all the staff that we would like or all the resources we feel are necessary, even though my staff constantly asks me for more, but we strive to do the most important things well, to execute on your behalf. We believe our budget next year reflects that. So without further ado, Wes.
Thanks again, Mona. So the CEO's budget, as Mona described, is broken into 3 main budget programs: county management, emergency management, and risk management. Some key challenges and emerging issues for our office next year will be developing long-term strategies and policies to maintain service levels and ensure fiscal stability, to ensure the delivery of countywide services and communications in a culturally competent and linguistically appropriate ways to meet diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility needs, to ensure compliance and accountability for mandates and funding, recruiting, maintaining, and developing staff, and advancing effective succession planning, and finally, changing organizational structures and processes to proactively adapt to new circumstances. COVID-19 impacts. We dedicated ongoing executive staffing to the oversight of county pandemic response and recovery efforts. We've increased our responsibility to administer the CARES and ARPA funding. We've utilized enhanced technology to provide services to the community and to accommodate hybrid work capability. We've developed positive relationships and proactive communication with chamber and businesses, and have advanced efforts to facilitate public access and improve language accessibility through public materials and translation services for board meetings. Our budget summary, as Paul mentioned, our operating budget is $57 million. This is the majority of which is in our risk management division, insuring the county. Our general fund contribution is approximately $7.9 million. This supports 46 FTE. We have no service level reductions, no restoration requests, and there is a $100,000 expansion request, which I will get to later in the program. Source of funds. 50% of our funds come from risk management, and these are basically charges out to our county departments to cover their general liability, workers' comp, and unemployment insurances. Another big chunk of our funds recently have used such as ARPA, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, et cetera. And then our general fund contribution makes up the bulk of the remaining. Risk management, again, 77% usage of our operating budget, again, and this is just basically funds in from the department, funds out to our insurance providers. Staffing summary, we have shown some increase over the last few years with some board-approved positions, specifically from the 21-22 adopted to the 22-23 recommended. We are going to have a net 2 FTE increase. This basically consists of the 4 positions that have been added during the current fiscal year: a chief information officer, a compliance and accountability officer, and 2 ARPA-funded outreach coordinators. We did lose 2 positions that were with the CSB-TV function that will be transferred to general services in the coming fiscal year. As Paul mentioned in the overview, the thing that jumps out on this slide is the large increase in operating revenue the last 2 fiscal years, and again, this is primarily pandemic-related sources of funds such as ARPA. Anticipated accomplishments. For the second or third year, we've led the COVID-19 emergency response, fiscal and budgetary recovery, and organizational resiliency efforts. Some specific things that we have done have included a health and human services community recovery plan, an ARPA plan performance report, and a website. We've obtained some state microbusiness grant funding and coordinated COVID-19 safety efforts and ensured compliance with OSHA and local health orders. We have completed 2 amendments to the Cannabis Business License Ordinance and have continued Spanish interpretation of all Board of Supervisor meetings and call-in options for public testimony. Goals and objectives for the coming fiscal year include moving beyond 22 and working with the board to develop better aligned strategic initiatives and performance measures, develop organizational criteria to promote compliance and accountability countywide. This will be done partly with the addition of the countywide compliance officer, advance commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, amend Chapter 50 again to address some unused cannabis cultivation acreage and cultivation area measurements, to ensure our county employees are educated on and trained on disaster service worker responsibilities, and finally, to develop and implement quarterly dashboards to track each department's risk control and prevention strategies, policies, and procedures. We're hoping this can help potentially minimize our drastic increases in risk premiums over the past few fiscal years. Our Renew 22 goals and objectives, we've met the majority of them. We are trying to get 100% of our non-executive team through Innovate SBC, either a green belt or a black belt. We're not quite there, but our goal is to get there in the coming fiscal year. We have successfully retained 100% of our new employees that started with the county in that particular cohort, one of which, as Mona mentioned, came from another department, and so we are benefiting from him staying within the county. And we are continuing to develop our leaders by sending them through leadership development programs. As you can see, our performance measures reflect the focus on bilingual notifications, both emergency and otherwise. And you can see it's a goal of ours to increase the county workforce trained in incident command structure, and so we have that as a performance measure moving forward. Our Kpmg recommendations, we have a couple in progress, basically surrounding countywide strategic management and communication plans, and we have gone through and reviewed the ACEO responsibilities and realigned their activities to be more proactive and coordinated. We do have no service level reductions, And as mentioned, the $100,000 expansion request is a waterfront infrastructure feasibility study through REACH. It's a one-time cost of $100,000. The goal of the study is to determine where and how waterfront and supporting infrastructure can be enhanced or created to enable offshore wind and commercial space on the Central Coast and position the region to capture jobs and economic benefits associated with them. The study includes SLO County and the city of Morro Bay, and both of those entities will be contributing to the study. In summary, the department will promote organizational and financial stability through long-term fiscal planning, continue COVID-19 recovery planning, plan implementation and coordination, prepare and plan for succession, and work to recruit, retain, and develop department leadership. Advance diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility efforts throughout the organization. And again, develop the steps beyond Renew 22 and foster organizational growth through consistently modeling behaviors and values. And we're going to end with the end in mind too, with the quote that Mona brought up earlier.
That is a great quote. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, it's not a question, just, I think I can't let the time pass without just talking about what a great job CEO's office does. Not just Mona, although she is our perfect CEO, but that whole team. There's folks there that, including Jacqueline, yes. And I got a chance to meet,
Ray?
no, what's Chase yesterday in the parking lot, so. No, I'm talking about the puppy. The little one. Oh, that's Chase. Okay, all right. Get our dog straight here, our mascot. But when you look at the folks that are in that department, that are in the CEO's office, we always talk about retention, and generally by the time somebody gets into that office, they're kind of getting to the point where we might be losing them at the end of their career. Thank God we have some younger individuals now in there. But the level of work and the quality of work that comes out is second to none, and really puts us in a position to succeed. If we didn't have this support system and us in kind of a symbiotic relationship, the taxpayer is going to go unserviced. And so sometimes when I look out from the dais and I see some of our very senior CEO's office members, and I always think of Terry when I say this, is I look out and I think, if she leaves, what's going to happen, But I always know that there's another person. My dad has always told me, there's a quote that he always lives by, that cemetery's full of indispensable people, And I know that a couple years from now, there'll be somebody else sitting in this seat, and that seat, and that seat, and the CEO's seat, and somebody will take Terry's place, and it'll continue to happen. But I'm very happy with the people that we're working with right now.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm hoping no one ever takes Terry's place, but I know those are inevitabilities to some extent. But I do think it's good to reflect on, either for the staff that haven't worked in these kinds of in other kinds of jurisdictions. I've had both the pleasure and misfortune of working in multiple jurisdictions, and some of them have city managers' offices or CEOs' offices that are very much at odds with multiple board members, or vice versa, either because of ideological differences, personality differences, the inability to build a team among a board or a city council, a harder time relying upon recommendations or upon information. And I just think we are really fortunate to have an integrated board and CEO team that really can rely on each other. And that is, for those of you that are just used to that, it's not actually the majority of jurisdictions out there that have that, and it's special.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to mention, and I think this is, Nancy, your first time taking over the budget, or is this your second one?
Second time.
Okay, well, I just want to say it's been a very, very smooth transition. And that could have ended up, imploding and being a mess. And I appreciate the fact that you really brought it all together and it's seamless.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I've learned in my 3+ years here that the county organization is very complex, and the range of issues cover everything that people do or need in our county. And we are super fortunate to have a visionary leader like Mona, and she is calm when things are not, and a creative when she has a moment. And her quote, I think, summarizes her approach to her job really well, because it isn't enough to have creative ideas and people with a lot of energy thinking of things we ought to be doing. It requires somebody to actually take those visions and turn them into action. And the team that you've assembled that do that every day understand that and are really smart and know how to work hard. And the secret sauce of this place is your leadership and that the team that you've assembled, and us, listening to you as well, not just, talking about what we need to do. We hear from our constituents, and we want to be responsive to that. We all have our own independent ideas about how we can improve the community and the county that we live and care so deeply about. But you are the key point in all that, and I'm just really grateful to have had the opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. And I just wanted to kind of expound on something that was said by a couple of my colleagues here, is that the five of us have very different constituencies, very different life experiences, and we come to this job together and we work really well together, but we're not always on the same page. I think the success of the CEO's office is, somebody like myself who is sometimes on the minority of that ideological band, if you will, never feels isolated, never feels that I'm not being listened to or that my constituents are not being served. And I think that really is a big deal. It's not that Mona works for 3 people. She works for all 5 of us and all 450,000 constituents we have. And I think at the end of the day, that's why we ride for the brand. That's why, even though we may not always be in agreement, we are all working together to move our county forward, and you guys do a great job. I also want to compliment Ms. Anderson on her budget. I think last year when she did the budget, she was just still new, but I think that's also a testimony of the leadership of Jeff Rapwell, who came in and, so this is my 10th budget at the county, and Jeff is an all-star, and I really want to thank Jeff for everything he's done to kind of set up not only the budgets that we have here this year, but he's also trained and mentored other budget analysts. And so I think getting Jeff and stealing Jeff has been a huge win for Santa Barbara County. And I think as we look forward to the future, we can see a lot of things come from that. And I just wanted to appreciate you, Jeff. Thank you.
Well, I actually had a question. Could you go back to slide 7? And the Emergency Preparedness Outreach Coordinator, could you describe a little more what that person will do? I'm serve on the board of the Fire Safe Council, and this is an area of great interest to me personally, so I'm just eager to understand more about it.
No, that's a great question. I'm going to have Kelly Hoover, our OEM Director, speak to that.
Good morning, Chair. This position is really looking towards both some of the new legislative mandates, but also some of the things that we know we need to do in emergency preparedness and outreach to the community. We know from recent studies that the standard messaging from FEMA doesn't always work for all of our community members. When you have a family or a single parent who's trying to put food on the table, it's hard to tell them to prepare for 7 days of food. And so really looking at what is our emergency preparedness message, how do we engage our community in that? Also helping to inform our community to be cultural brokers for us. So not me, the government, saying this is how you can prepare, but let me go out and reach out to our churches and our community members, teach them how to engage in the community on preparedness and education, and help them become more resilient through their brokers.
So the way you describe it, working a lot more with community-based organizations, and I hope the Fire Safe Council will be high on the list
Absolutely.
because they're also doing that work. Well, that's very exciting. I did have another question too about the Equity Outreach Coordinator and what that person will be doing.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. So as part of our ARPA funding, we have had an emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion to outreach to those members of our community who have traditionally not been part of the fold, so to speak. So this is funded by ARPA, and it's a coordinator to do better outreach countywide and also help coordinate among our departments. And so the focus is really on the Health and Human Services. They all are doing their own work, but it's to help coordinate within the county, but also then reach out as a countywide sort of ambassador on these issues.
And I just want to strongly endorse that because each department has been experimenting and we're learning a great deal, and there may not be a one-size-fits-all, but if that's the case, we really want to have clear understanding why it's the case and not overburden certain organizations. So I'm again really excited about this new position. The other thing I wanted just to talk about and get a sense is the REACH ask. And CEO Miyasato, we had some public comment on Tuesday about that. Do we know yet for sure how much the other jurisdictions are going to be contributing?
Chair Hartman, so it's the total project is 250,000. SLO County is indicating the same allocation as County of Santa Barbara, so it's 100,000 from them and 50,000 from City of Morro Bay.
So I'm not sure exactly what the right amount is, but in these REACH meetings that coordinate with the base and many others, one of the points is that the Central Coast can be the mecca for renewable energy, but you can only do things, you can only really have action if you've got the infrastructure that's there to support it. And I realize that creating that infrastructure is going to create some conflicts with environmental concerns and others, but if that's what we want for our future, we need to invest and figure out how to invest in an intelligent way. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I just wanted to agree with you on that, and taking it even one step further, we're looking through the arena process on where we're going to put houses. We've got to solve this job housing imbalance. And when I'm looking at our numbers and figuring, okay, these houses have to go somewhere, I know that inevitably some of them will be in the North County where we don't have the jobs to support the housing market that we have. And so for me, this piece here is a part of that because we need to make sure that we have those jobs. And I think when we're looking at the waterfront infrastructure, we are looking here in the South Coast, but we're also looking at Vandenberg Air Force Base. And then maybe it's also going to go into San Luis Obispo County. And there's obviously a job market that moves back and forth between SLO County and northern Santa Barbara County. So this is an investment that you kind of wonder, how many more studies you're going to pay for it before we actually start to get stuff. But at the same time, it does seem like it's a good investment for our county to be engaged in.
Yeah, Supervisor Hart?
Yeah, I just want to add my support for this investment too, because we're not going to see the immediate payoff of this, but if we don't make this investment now, we don't put ourselves in a position to have the infrastructure necessary to make the transition to a renewable energy future, we're going to find ourselves stuck. And so these are good, high-paying jobs that are really critical to the economic vitality of the region, and doing this work collaboratively with the County of San Luis Obispo will put us in the best position to be, a place where these industries want to come and have the infrastructure in place to make their businesses work. And we're all talking about it. It's important to follow up those words with actions.
That was just the point I was going to make. You can have the vision, but if you don't have the infrastructure, it's not going to happen. So I also just wanted to say, with regard to your quote and your team in the CEO's office, I think at this point in our lives, our job is to have vision, but nothing happens without having people who can work together to make it happen, to make things really pan out. And for the rec master plan, or for equity, or for how many innovative things we've had, somehow our CEO can begin to translate it into which department and how this all might come together. And I think that's a true gift, to be able to help us figure out how to operationalize what we would like to achieve. And I think the fact that we get along well owes a lot to you and your office, who are always, I mean, this is always a balance, a delicate balance back and forth. We've got great ideas. Some of them aren't legal. We've got great ideas. Some you can't afford. And so it has to be this back and forth to figure out, what is a path that might work. And so that's what I so appreciate, and that's what makes this job so much fun. And that's why everybody ought to want to work for our county. Okay, with that, going to public comment. Madam Clerk.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on the policy and executive functional group.
Okay, that takes us to the item we couldn't get to on Tuesday, maintenance and capital projects. And
Chair Hartman?
Yes.
We actually have one more, the general county programs that we're
oh
gonna-
yes,
before we-
sorry about that one. We've sort of it's not the most exciting, but general county programs. Thanks for the reminder.
Right. Chair Hartman and members of the board, this presentation is for the general county programs and includes support to other governments and organizations, general fund, reserved and committed fund balances, and ancillary services. The purpose of the general county programs is to account for countywide type activity that is not typically associated to one specific department. These are primarily support to other agencies such as LAFCO, our debt service payments, and other board commitments in general administration, and consultant reviews, including Kpmg. General county programs also contain the key discretionary fund balance components for the general fund. Appropriations for this program requested in 22-23 is $3.17 million. This amount includes $1.4 million in debt service payments and funding for the Kpmg reviews, Innovate SBC, LAFCO, and other operating program costs. These costs are offset by approximately $2.8 million in general fund contribution. The remaining costs are funded by an IRS subsidy and general fund reserved or committed fund balances. The funding from these programs, this chart actually shows the budget unit is funded primarily by general fund contribution that remains relatively flat, and a minor operating source of the federal subsidy. The funding from these programs accomplished several key objectives in the current fiscal year. The Northern Branch Jail operation was funded in accordance with the plan. 18% maintenance funding was allocated. Kpmg reviews for 3 departments were completed. Several trainings were held to promote and Innovate SBC, and funding related to key board priorities was identified and managed through the prudent policies. For next fiscal year, the objectives remain very similar. Northern Branch Jail operations are accounted for. The 18% maintenance funding of $11.6 million has been allocated. Kpmg reviews for clerk, recorder, assessor, community services, public health, public works, and auditor controller are in process or planned. Innovate SBC training continues with the goal of 30 employees for the black belt training and total 250 for the green belt. Training, and we will continue to manage funding board priorities, critical capital and technology projects. There are no service level reductions related to this budget unit. In summary, we'll continue to manage these countywide programs to provide assistance to all departments, and we will ensure that the county's ongoing Renew 22 and countywide big picture goals are being supported, and funding will be managed consistent with the board priorities and county policy. This last slide shows the general fund key discretionary fund balance accounts. It does not encompass all of the fund balances maintained within the department budgets. Most of these accounts are associated with a board-approved policy and are committed to specific purposes. Some of the accounts are used to account for transfers from general fund contribution and pass through to other departments, such as the 18% deferred maintenance, roads baseline, facilities baseline, hazardous tree mitigation, and jail operations. For the cannabis fund specifically, all of the actual tax collections and allocations are accounted for through this one account. As indicated in Monday's overview, the estimated unadjusted balance at June 30th, 2022 for these key general fund balances is $142.4 million. Adjusted balances for allocation and earmarks is $58.2 million, of which $40.6 million is related to the strategic reserve. That equates to 8% of the general fund operating revenue. Some notable changes mentioned throughout our board letter and previous presentations to policy or fiscal planning as part of the preliminary budget are $1.7 million was added to the strategic reserve in accordance with policy. $2.2 million was added to the NBJ operational plan in accordance with policy. $2.25 million was added to the technology replacement related to the ERP in accordance with policy. $1.25 million was added to the labor costs set aside in program stabilization, and $1.4 million was earmarked in the disaster recovery reserve as existing funds were available for the Alisal disaster damage to reimburse Public Works for costs. And as a reminder, we are also proposing a new policy related to the disaster recovery reserve to maintain a minimum reserve of $3 million in the disaster recovery fund balance in general county programs to fund the repair of county infrastructure damaged during disasters when no other state or federal reimbursement or other available funding can be identified. There are sufficient funds in the account to meet this requirement. The primary intent of the policy is to help define what the purpose of the remaining balance could be used for. That concludes my comments on this budget unit, Chair Hartman. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
And do we have any questions? Well, actually, I have a couple. This is far more interesting part of the budget than one might think from the name. I mean, I think here what we have is all the internal efforts to create an innovative culture here. I mean, we started with Renew 2022, we went Kpmg, the Leadership Academy, Innovate SBC. I mean, those are all ways of, again, you can have the vision, but unless you operationalize it, and this is how we operationalize an innovative, forward-looking culture. And so it is very, very significant. I just wanted to add, the emergency funding for things that aren't covered, that happened with Refugio Road and Alisal. And so I very much experienced how important this is and very much support doing that. I think it's part of being resilient going forward. Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if this is the place where we might discuss an item that both Supervisor Hartman and myself wanted to discuss regarding North County youth safety that would kind of match what's happening in the South County as more of a function of, instead of a yearly ask in the budget, that it would become a general fund budgeted allocation.
So supervisors, yeah, you can provide us any direction, and when we do the wrap-up, you can provide direction to us there. But yes, so just to remind the board, so some years ago, before I joined the county, there was an annual amount going to the South Coast. It was just then called the South Coast Gang Task Force, I think. It's a South Coast Youth Safety Task Force. And that got into the budget in 990, and so it's a contract we have with Communify, it used to be CAC, for an annual amount for that. Then, as you said, a few years ago, your board, at Supervisor Lavanino's suggestion, allocated funds, suggestion.
All right, it was insistence. All right.
Insistence asked for a one-time set aside for North County, similar. So if your board would like to do that, we can talk about that and we can add it to the list. But I think if you want to give us direction, you can today.
Yeah, I think that the direction at least would be for you to review to at least put it up as something that we could discuss as we get into deliberations, so we can talk about how we're going to address that issue.
Perfect, and thank you for raising that. So, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on either general county programs or the whole functional group?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do not have any requests to speak on either of those.
Thank you. So moving to our second special issue, maintenance and capital projects. Mr. Clementi.
Good morning again, Chair Hartman and the board. So I'll be presenting the first of our special issues on maintenance and capital projects. I'll discuss maintenance funding on the next few slides, and then I'll hand it off to each of the departments to discuss some completed maintenance projects this year, as well as those scheduled for next year. Then it will return to me to give brief descriptions of the unfunded capital projects being recommended for further funding consideration. This first slide is one we've been showing for a few years now. It compares projections made in 2014 for how much maintenance funding the 18% policy would produce over time in the dark gray bars on the left, with the actual amount accumulated since adoption in the dark blue bars on the right. On top of those blue bars, we've stacked one-time funding in each year that was allocated towards maintenance projects, as well as additional revenue sources going towards deferred maintenance that didn't exist at the time the 2014 plan was adopted. In most years, this means SB1 revenue in Public Works, as well as ARPA funding in 21-22 that your board also allocated to Public Works. The red line going across the top was the annual amount deemed necessary back in 2014 to start making a dent in the backlog. We can see that while the 18% funding hasn't been growing as quickly as projected, the additional revenues and occasional bumps in one-time funding have put us over the line 3 of the past 5 years you see here. One note of clarification to make is that on a later slide, Public Works will be talking about maintenance funding they have put specifically into pavement, which includes all of their 18% funds and the majority, but not all, of the 9.1 million SB1 funds that you see in the 22-23 column here. The amount not going into pavement is going towards other deferred maintenance and transportation, such as hardscape, trees, bridges, culverts, and traffic signals, and thus is reflected on this total funding chart. This table is a further breakdown of the 22-23 preliminary numbers on the prior chart by department and funding source. You can see the 18% dollars are still being split 50%, 35, 15 between Public Works, General Services, and CSD Parks. We see SB1 in Public Works, as well as $600,000 for a highway safety improvement grant, and $2 million in grants in parks for work at Kachuma and Halama. The deferred maintenance backlog is updated annually by departments, and we see numbers very similar to last year's, indicating that we're seeing a flattening in the growth of the backlog with the additional funding going towards maintenance, and we'll continue to track these numbers annually. Now I'll hand it over to CSD.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, Supervisors. Nice to see you again. Just wanted to do a very quick update on the deferred maintenance and preventive maintenance projects that have been funded, but I don't have a clicker, so who's my, oh, thank you. I just hit. What you'll see in the next 2 slides, really with the 500,000 baseline maintenance and the 1.53 18% allocation, are just projects that we anticipate being able to complete this year. We strive to make it equitable monetarily throughout all districts, though sometimes adjustments do need to be made for emergency or safety items, and most importantly, especially this year, grant matches, which have been provided quite a, I think we have about 5 or 6 million going through our department this year in grants, which is great. Here's just our one photo for you for deferred and preventive maintenance. This is what the before and after is anticipated to look like. We anticipated being able to get started on those restrooms within the next couple of months. For next year, we really just have, again, some countywide, evenly distributed as much as possible projects, and they really focus on paving, water efficiencies, and playground replacements. Now it's Patrick's turn.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartman and board members. We appreciate the opportunity to present these issues to you today. Before we go through our slides, I just wanted to express a brief thank you to your board and for your engagement on these issues. This is always a tough set of issues for the county. And I also want to thank our dedicated facility maintenance staff. We have an incredible group led by Scott Hosking, our facilities manager. They respond to 10,000 work orders per year, and they do it without complaint and real care. I'm pleased and thrilled to be able to work with them on a daily basis. They've done remarkable work. They've responded to emergencies, supported our COVID-19 responses, and completed their day-to-day maintenance activities on our roughly 390 facilities. Much of the information regarding our deferred maintenance that we present today was assembled by our facilities maintenance team, and their projects have been completed under their capable leadership. This first set of images captures only a small portion of the emergencies that we face across our county building inventory throughout this past year. In fiscal year 21-22, we've completed a wide range of emergency-related and deferred maintenance projects, including water main breaks, storm and sanitary sewer breaks, HVAC system failures, tiles falling off of buildings, to supporting the pallet house projects in both Isla Vista and Lompoc. Our facility maintenance and capital projects team take on various countywide programs that have been established throughout this annual CIP program. In fiscal year 21-22, we have and are managing a wide range of projects that range from roof replacements, flooring replacements, painting, accessibility projects, work on our jails and justice facilities, and obviously we're responding to roughly $1.5 million annually on just emergency projects alone. In fiscal year 22-23, we intend to structure our program similar to what we've seen in past years. We're going to continue to deliver that high-quality facility maintenance and project management services that we've all become accustomed to and move forward with. As you're aware, we've gone to more programmatic approach where we're doing painting, maintenance projects, deferred maintenance projects on painting, flooring, electrical systems, security systems, parking lot repairs, roof repairs, energy efficiency repairs across the county. We're going to continue on with that approach. It's been very successful for us the last couple of years. We anticipate this upcoming year doing $6.9 million worth of work.
Good morning, Chris Netton, Public Works Transportation. Which one is it? This one? As Paul mentioned, the county has a $305 million backlog in transportation infrastructure needs. We track them in 5 asset classes, so pavement, hardscape and urban forests or trees, bridges, drainage systems, and traffic control devices. This backlog is just addressing existing infrastructure, fix-it-first type stuff. It's not including any kind of capital improvement projects or things like that. For the 21-22 roadmap, I'm not going to read all these roads unless you want me to, but this is just kind of illustrative of the list of roads we have that we're doing. Thanks to your board's ARPA commitment, we were able to reestablish the full roadmap process this year, so we're happy about that. It represents $11.1 million, and about 7.4 is going to rehabilitation, and 3.7 is going to preservation. So this kind of illustrates the difference of why we are always trying to get roads into pavement preservation mode, because for about half of the cost, you're doing even more roads than you're able to do with rehabilitation. The other thing I wanted to note here is this represents a little over 50 lane miles of road. The other 1,600 lane miles of road are taken care of by our in-house maintenance forces. So that translates to about 45 lane miles per maintenance worker that we have. Also, as part of the road maintenance annual plan, we do hardscape work in preparation for these pavement treatments. So upgrading the ADA compliance of our sidewalk network and improving drainage and things like that goes along with it as well. This list, if you read all these roads, you would see it's a little bit longer list than the one that was just shown for the rehabilitation. Again, just to put it in perspective, this is the preventive maintenance list that we're doing, and it's about $20,000 to $100,000 a lane mile to do preventive work. It's about $250,000 to $300,000 a lane mile to do rehabilitation work. So that's why, why we're really trying to get into this mode as much as possible. These are just some of the projects that we're working on, and we're really working on trying to stretch our dollars through the efficiencies, getting into preservation mode, but also partnerships and leveraging our funding with grants where we can. That's really challenging to do for maintenance work, but these projects are examples of that. So for through your board's dedication of the Edison funding, we were able to add $10 million of road work in the Montecito and Carpinteria area. And that's what's, the upper left is Romero Canyon. That's the last road in that series of paving that we're doing. So that restores all these roads to a good condition, but it also in the future makes them less expensive to maintain. So you get two benefits from doing that kind of work. On the right is upper right is our in-house paving crew. So we can do leveling courses, kind of an intermediate paving with our pavement crews. So in addition to the big contract roadmap work that we're doing, our paving crews are working some leveling work into their work plan as well. So again, we're kind of getting more efficiencies there. In the lower left is the Auburn Trail rehabilitation. We were able to leverage CSA 3 funding and some Measure A funding to get grants for a paving, which is really rare, but we were able to do it in this case, and to replace 55 of the lights along the path. And then the lower right is an example of the types of hardscape projects that we're doing in preparation for the roadmap work. And another thing where we're leveraging is doing partnerships in our hardscape work. So we actually have an in-house concrete crew that does really good concrete work. And we work with homeowners who want to get work done in front of their house where they pay half of the cost and we pay half of the cost. And we do it in-house for a lower cost. So we're able to leverage our money and get more hardscape work done that way. The upper left here is another partnership. This is with the Bucket Brigade. We've been working with them in Montecito, and now we're starting to work other places in the county. So the county comes in and does kind of the hard infrastructure work, hard meaning the asphalt and concrete and stuff like that. And then the Bucket Brigade has come in and put in the pedestrian facilities. They've been able to build 2 miles of trails through Montecito for a fraction of the cost of what we would have had to spend to do it. So that's been a really effective partnership, and we're working on doing that more. The two paving projects here show sort of the difference between preventive versus rehab in terms of all that goes into them. A preventive treatment is a really thin layer. It's a surface treatment. There's not a lot of preparation work. Goes on the existing surface, takes a day or two. Whereas the rehab, you're grinding out the failures, you're repaving with a thicker section. There's a lot of preparation work. So you can kind of see the level of effort that goes into those two types of work. And then the lower right is the last project in a partnership with UCSB that Terry Nisich was worked on getting this partnership put together, and in addition to other people, where UCSB put in $2 million and the county put in $2 million. And over the last 5 or 10 years, we've been able to infill a lot of Isla Vista that way, the pedestrian infrastructure. In 22-23, again, thanks to your board's commitment to deferred maintenance and the general fund allocation, we're holding pretty steady with our pavement funding. We're at $11.3 million this year. And you'll see a similar type of work. You can see the complexion of our rehab to preservation is pretty similar as well. So we're looking forward to another year of getting a lot of work done out there. For the maintenance funding request, the way that we calculate that is we look at the backlog. Again, we're looking at pavement only. We have about $144 million worth of need. It's not really practical to do that as a one big chunk thing, so we spread it over 10 years. So that translates to $14.4 million per year. We're putting 11.3 in, subtract those two numbers, and we get 3.1 million. And so that's how we arrive at that. Thank you.
So that's, Mr. Clementi, is that the end?
Almost. I'll walk through a couple slides here. So that was the maintenance portion. Now we'll walk through a couple of these slides on some unfunded CIP projects for further consideration. Your board hasn't seen the CIP yet. I believe it's planned to go on May 17th at the moment. But as you're aware, there's always included in there a large amount of unfunded projects that are identified by departments. We have all those projects listed in appendix slides to this presentation at the back. We won't be walking through those slides, but we've summarized, just to get kind of picture the amount here. On this table, it's over $680 million in unfunded projects from the CIP countywide. This slide contains a few of those unfunded projects from the larger lists that are being recommended for further funding consideration. Although even here, you will note that the amount of funding necessary to complete all the projects just on this slide is more than the total one-time funding available that Ms. Anderson discussed at the beginning of these workshops. I will briefly describe each project here, and the departments are available if more detail is needed, and your board can take this information into consideration within the context of all expansion requests during your deliberations. The Santa Maria Public Defender Office reconfiguration will reconfigure the space, including creating a new entrance, replacement of water lines, flooring, and new ceilings for $400,000. Santa Barbara Courthouse exterior lighting upgrades would replace the exterior building lighting with new energy-efficient LED lights for $300,000. The North County Communications Shop retrofit would reconfigure the existing shop space to accommodate system improvements created through the Public Safety Radio Project, including electrical system upgrades, HVAC improvements, and energy-efficient lighting for $250,000. The new Kpmg Sheriff Substation reconfiguration would convert the existing Sheriff Substation into residential living quarters to support officers stationed at the remote New Kpmg duty post, $150,000. The ADA restroom upgrade at Rincon Beach Park would cost $750,000. Betaravia campus weatherization and window replacement project would correct water intrusion and climate control issues for $525,000. Doing just the projects mentioned above would cost a total of $2.4 million, which is within range of the available one-time funding to allocate this year. However, the table below also lists projects representative of other board and department priorities. Clark at Norris Roundabout would improve traffic circulation, pedestrian and bicycle connectivity and safety in Orcutt. Funding this year would allow plan design and cost estimates and position the project for future funding opportunity. That's $300,000. The Orcutt Library building acquisition is a general fund match needed to combine with community funding and AB 1600 funds to purchase an existing building for use as the future site of the Orcutt Library. Acquiring a building would be a first step toward accessing state grants available for rehabilitating and converting the building into a library. Requested match amount is $2.25 million. Santa Barbara Courthouse roof replacement Phase 2 would do work on the Figueroa Street side of the facility for $2.95 million. Phase 1 of the roof replacement project in Anacapa and Figueroa Corner will begin in early summer. The Modoc multi-use path, Phase 2, would continue the separated multi-use trail to the Auburn Trail. This was discussed by Public Works on Tuesday. Phase 1 from the city limits to Villacinda will be constructed this summer. And once Phase 2 is complete, you'd have a complete alternate mode network from Isla Vista to the city of Santa Barbara. This is a $1 million request, which would provide local match to draw down a larger state grant on the project. Refugio Road Paths Phase 2 design will continue work on pedestrian and informal path network identified in the San Ynez Community Plan. Phase 2 design work would prepare plans and cost estimates and position the project for future construction funding. It's $400,000. And the Mission Canyon Curve safety improvements was identified in the county's collision reduction program to improve safety for vehicles and pedestrians. It would reprofile and widen the road to improve curve safety and upgrade the pedestrian crossing near the intersection of Puesta del Sol and Mission Canyon. It's $450,000. The projects on this second table total $7.4 million. And then this new slide was added per Supervisor Williams' request on Monday. These are other unfunded HVAC projects throughout county facilities, their cost and estimated payback period. You'll see about $1.7 million, $2 million was a number discussed on Monday. Those projects, there was a project on that older list that was at the SB Vets Hall, which is part of now the larger federal grant that's been received to rehabilitate that building, which would include the HVAC project there. So that has come off this list. So the total here is about 1.7 million. There's a variety of projects. So this just summarizes what we've just walked through. Total unfunded projects of 680.7 million. The projects for further funding consideration were 2.4 million, as well as another 7.4 in other board and department priority projects, and then the additional 1.7 million in HVAC projects on the prior slide. And as a reminder, the available one-time funding for all department requests was 4.1 million to 6.1 million, pending some ARPA considerations I believe Nancy will be walking through in her special issue.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just also wanted to see how that compared the, say, for instance, the courthouse lighting project. I mean, is that energy savings enough to have a payback period? Not that we are in the position that we were last year of having enough to fund a bunch of these. We probably can't. This year was supposed to be one of those years, and fortune turned against us. And so obviously with $4 million between all needs, we're not going to fund all of these, but does anybody have a rough sense of that courthouse payback period?
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, to the chair. The lighting projects are variable. It just depends on the volume and the types of units, the lighting units that ultimately get installed. We would expect that it would be similar to this, a 12 to 15 year payback timeframe. But it's going to depend on the depth of the scope and the overall equipment that we ultimately utilize.
And why so bad for a lighting project? I mean, most lighting projects, even the ones that you send us, have like a 5 to 7 year payback period, sometimes less, considering the LED technology has gotten so good, and now you're starting to get laser diodes and all sorts of cool stuff that use even less energy for the amount of lumens.
I think in this particular case with this facility, we're talking about 50 plus years of infrastructure. In this case, we're going to have to replace a lot of conduits, a lot of other issues that we wouldn't necessarily see at other facilities. It is a 90-plus-year-old complex, and I'm sure the lighting is, if I'm not mistaken, is at least 50 years in many of the circumstances. So it's just a little tougher project on an older building, and we'll try to be efficient, but those are some of the factors that are a little bit out of our control at this point.
Any other questions? It's rather daunting. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment for this special issue focus?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on the special issue regarding maintenance and capital projects.
Chair Hartman?
Yes.
Chair Hartman, thank you. I neglected to make some comments there.
Sure.
I just wanted to, congratulate this board and past boards on the commitment to funding capital and maintenance. We're seeing that flattening the backlog. This has been something that my office has been advocating for some time, and it's taken not only the commitment back in 2014 for the 18% funding, but it's taken each board after that to continue to invest in that. Maintenance isn't always sexy. There's no ribbon cutting when you pave a road, and so it's the hard decisions that this board has to make. And I just wanted to congratulate the collective brand as we've moved forward with that, and I think it's moving in the right direction. And I think there's a lot of pride in that. I talked to different workers, whether it's public works or general services, that they used to run around with a bunch of Band-Aids trying to solve problems, you know, and at this point now we're actually doing real maintenance. And instead of waiting for buildings to crumble and then rebuild them and go through financing that way, we're actually going to be able to maintain the assets that are really the assets that belong to the taxpayers. And so I think in the end, that's a great investment. As we've seen with the pavement condition index, you know, as it begins to rise, the actual cost to maintain starts to lower. And so I just want to encourage us all to continue to make those commitments, because I think just like we've made a commitment to pay down the pension debt, you know, in the future, we're hopefully going to see some benefits from that. Just as if we can continue to maintain the infrastructure that we have, I think in the end, we're going to be much better for it as a county.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And I'm curious about, maybe I missed this, but on the unfunded renewable energy projects, and I know Supervisor Williams talked on one or two of them. It would be nice to have another column that shows project cost and then payoff, so that we can kind of look at that. And then I was curious if that is something that we've looked at as taking on debt. Is that on those projects, is that anything that we've looked at? Those seem like that they would.
I'll have Mr. Frappel respond to
I like
that.
projects that pay for themselves.
Supervisor Lavinier through the chair. It's a really good question, and as relates to energy efficiency projects, where you can expect to see return on investment, the financing options are varied, and we look at each one. So there are opportunities with state funding, CEC funding, as well as on-bill financing funding. All those kind of mechanisms are looked at and evaluated to see which is the most appropriate mix of financing for a particular project. And so could we issue a COP for all that? Not likely. They wouldn't likely all qualify. So it's really kind of taking each one of those projects and figuring what is the right financing strategy. And so we can do that if your board would like us to kind of take those top ones and figure out what is a financing strategy or what are the options, we'd be happy to do that.
That'd be cool. Yeah, especially like Northern Branch Jail. Well, almost all these we control everything about it except we're going to pay for it. I'm sorry. So then the other question I have on that is, and maybe this is for Supervisor Williams since he's our rep, but so how is the CCE, you know, part of the sales pitch was that we were going to get money to do these types of projects. So how is that going? And kind of, if you could give just a quick.
Well, there's a couple different things. Number one is that, you know, the jail, the Northern Branch Jail campus is big enough that it's conceivable that we could sell them energy at close to market rate. Now, I don't think it would, the economies of scale would be so awesome that without some of it going to the jail itself, it would be good. But because the jail itself is going to cost us a lot of money each month, we'd want to pay for that energy and sell excess. So that's, you know, one of the possibilities. I don't think that, you know, I think when 3CE came here, they made the commitment that if we can get it within, you know, a couple cents per kilowatt hour of market rate, that they would actually prefer having more, the resiliency of more small local projects. But that doesn't mean that they buy it at any rate, right? And then the other issue that is relevant to this from 3CE is that if we don't have the money for our own batteries, right, then 3CE every 6 months is going out for 50 megawatts of 1 to 5 megawatt batteries, where they have an agreement. We host the battery, we get to use it for emergencies. They discharge it every day for load shaving to reduce the amount of expensive and dirty energy that's used off of the grid. So some of these would be good candidates for that. Now, it means we can't use it whenever we want to. We use it for emergencies, but it still provides a function and a benefit for constituencies. And since you gave me some platform time, I just want to say, I think it's great that you're bringing it up, because projects on the other list, especially the HVAC list, only some of these would have a 15-year or less payback period, but a ton of our HVAC ones do, right? And so some kind of willingness to use debt or other things is a very rational thing if we have a 12 to 15-year payback period on the HVAC stuff. In fact, we're losing money by not replacing them, and a bunch of them are in the public safety budget, which is our hardest to address. So I mean, we'd be arguably making it more sustainable over time. So I hope we could explore that, because obviously we don't have enough money to meet all these projects, but issuing some kind of debt and mixing it with other financing options to address some of the ones that have real good payback periods, I think is good sense, both from a environment and a financial perspective.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. And I don't want to get all the way into the 3CE discussion now, but I thought part of it was, though, that there were rebates coming back to the individual counties that signed up so that we could do these projects. So am I mistaken, or is that still just something in the works, or do they have to qualify, or how does that?
So there's a couple different programs. There's the battery one that I just talked about. There's resiliency battery or emergency backup program that is possible to apply for. There's the money for chargers, which would help offset the request from General Services. And there's the vehicle ones. In fact, I had a conversation with Skip afterwards about the EVs and the mixture of the 3CE incentive plus the other incentives are now basically to the point where the difference between the light-duty electrics and the sedan electrics, between that and a fuel car, would be almost nothing.
As supervisors, I'm also on the operations board, as Supervisor Williams is on the policy board. And there is money available for some programs, but as we said, as Supervisor Williams said, it's not to this scale. But there are monies for the member agencies to apply for those types of programs you mentioned.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions for Mr. Sneddon. When you're showing us the amount of work that's being done by the in-house crews versus the contractors, where do you draw the line on the scale of those projects, and how do you decide, which projects are eligible for the different strategies? And then I guess my real question is there utility in expanding the in-house crews to do more work at a lower rate?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair. That's a good question. We look at efficiencies and also flexibility. So when you do a big contract, it's an efficient way to get work done. And we don't pay the thick, heavy rehabilitation work, that type of work. It makes sense to package that and put it into contracts and have contractors do it who do that stuff all the time. Mm-hmm. What our in-house crew is really effective at is nimbly doing smaller kind of leveling. It's a very thin layer of maintenance paving in, say, a cul-de-sacs or roads that are, less traveled road, but that has a lot of lane miles to it. So we can take a thin treatment and cover a lot of distance. And then we also have flexibility in scheduling. The limitation on how much they can do, there are some limitations through state legislation and public contract code and things like that. We have to be a little careful. We couldn't, for instance, do all, although our crews have the ability to do the work, we couldn't just put all the paving work on them just through some of the rules that are in place for that. But those are the kind of like push and pull that sets the cap of what we do in-house. It's sort of the limitations, which is roughly like a 30% of your work kind of limitation. And then just efficiency, what's the most efficient way to get the work done?
I know prices have been going up significantly in the contracting work. And is there a point where, we can be more competitive in that space on those contracts? I know that, as municipalities have gotten out of that work, there's less competition from the private side because there is not a public counterpoint in the bidding process. Is there a point where you can invest in the equipment and be competitive on the edge, or at least push the prices down by, being another choice for when contractors are looking at the work?
Yeah, Supervisor Hart through the chair. That's another thing we look at, and actually, it's in these times when having that in-house capability is really, really valuable, because it's not even just it can be very competitive, because it gives you that buffer when you have inflation and you have supply chain issues and you have materials cost increasing and you have a very tight labor market and a very competitive contracting market. All of those things, we can see 20, 30% increases in contract costs. Our costs are, we still experience the supply costs and materials costs, but we do become relatively very efficient at getting this work done. And that's kind of, again, the balance we have. We want enough of the right equipment and the right materials to be able to do the work efficiently. But at some point, some of this work, that big where you're, grinding out long roads like Hollister in the middle of a lot of traffic and stuff, we're always going to have the need for, contractors to do that kind of work. But the concrete work that I was showing earlier is a good example of that. Our in-house concrete crew is extremely cost competitive right now in this market, and they're also nimble because we can do little pieces here and little pieces there worked in with the other work that they're doing. So it's all about finding that, and then their plates are pretty full, so it's hard to add more to their plate just doing the work plans that they're doing.
Well, thank you for that additional clarification. And then maybe a question for General Services. When you have this huge, long list of, super high priorities, and their priorities are different in their color and shape and size, how do you decide, which things get the first work? For example, do you have roofs that you're not able to get to that you should get to, because if you don't get to them, they're going to cause more damage? Or do you feel like you're at the stage where we're making and roofs are a great example. Are we getting all the roofs before they're causing water damage that costs more? Or are we still at a place where a roof's going to fail and we're going to have water damage because we don't have enough resources?
Yeah, Supervisor Hart through the chair. We actually use a variety of data points. We do have a deferred maintenance list that kind of grades out where we're at with all of our assets. We've created an asset management program through our maintenance connection system, which is our work order system. So we can pretty much tell you which roofs need to be replaced at which times and which ones are going to lead to larger problems if we don't get to them. When we do get a set of projects as well, we have a very well-defined priority criteria analysis that we do to select projects for the capital program. And that uses a series of different category rankings and scoring that gives us an opportunity to say, this is the higher priority. Some of those are legal mandates, energy efficiency, aesthetic benefits, functional benefits. So we do go through and rank every project and try to create a prioritized list on a year-over-year basis. That's done on our larger set of lists, as well as our individual program lists like roofs, parking lots, security projects, and so forth. So we have sort of two processes that we go through to try to get to the best set of lists.
Try this a little different way then. Mr. Sen has a list that shows us that if we don't spend the $3+ million on pavement maintenance, the PCI is going to go down. Is there a number that's similar in the space that we're talking about with roofs? Are we at the point where all the roofs are being taken care of before they cause damage? Or is there a deficit like in the PCI where we need to backlog?
Yeah, there is a measurement device out there called the Facility Condition Index, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to implement. That's a system that is in place in very few governmental agencies, but it is out there. We don't have the luxury of having that just because it takes years to establish, and there's a significant cost to creating that. So I don't have the delta on a regular basis. We have so many needs that we just get to the absolute worst as fast as we possibly can. Since we have, 400 plus roofs across all of our facilities. We pretty much know on a day-to-day basis which ones are the worst, which ones, if we don't take care of them, are going to create additional issues. So we're constantly monitoring that. Our crews on our facilities maintenance side touch every facility pretty much every week, depending on what needs to be done. So we're in a constant monitoring mode. And I think we can get to the worst ones as quickly as possible. What you see on our lists are absolutely the ones that we feel need to be addressed as fast as possible.
So you have a lot of eyes, a lot of hands touching it. You know that you've got more work than you have the resources to do, but you don't have the sophisticated systems that would be ideal to help you monitor that. But the bottom line answer to the question of, do we have roofs that we're not able to take care of that deteriorate and cause leaks now?
The answer to that is yes. We have hundreds of roofs, and we cannot get to every single one of them each year.
Thank you.
Sure. CEO Misato.
Just for the board's information, so before I got here, right before I got here, about 8 years ago, 9 years ago, the former CEO did a whole evaluation deferred maintenance, and we did come up with the Facility Condition Index, right, as well as PCI. So that's when this conversation occurred, and that's what Supervisor Nelson is speaking about. So we did an exhaustive study, and it is exhaustive because you have to look at every particular building, and you have to look at all the deferred maintenance and keep track of it. And so what we have is a system now to look at what needs to be repaired, but we did do that, and the result of that was the chart that we have the number going up. It was because we said, okay, what's the minimum we need really, and it was a minimum, to maintain some level of consistency to address the PCI and the FCI. And that's why you have that number going up. And that was sort of just a funding basis to help us as a measure. But as Patrick just talked about, we're maybe not as just putting Band-Aids over everything, but we're close.
Exactly.
The total commitment to the maintenance, 18% maintenance policy funding, is that the chart that you were talking about, slide 2?
That was part of the contributing factor was 18%, but some of the numbers we got were because we looked at the FCI and the PCI.
Okay. Thanks.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on that. So it was actually called the Jorgensen Report, and so that was kind of the baseline that was done in 2014. So if you want to go to Legistar, and I think that many of our workers knew already a lot of these things, but it had a comprehensive report, and I don't think it had ever been done for community services or our parks department at that time. So that added to the list that we have, and I think that's what we've been building on over the last 8 years. And so, I mean, it's a great question, and eventually, hopefully, if we do get to a place of maintained, then it would be a lot easier to have one of those FCI, on a regular basis. And so I think that's ultimately the goal.
Seeing no other lights up here. Oh, Supervisor Williams, did you? No. Okay. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no request to speak on the maintenance and capital project special issue.
Okay, well, let's take a 10-minute break and come back for digital transformation. We're reconvening the April 14th Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors meeting, and we're on budget workshops and about to turn to the digital transformation update. Mr. Frapwell.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This morning before proceedings started, I thought I was going to be unique in starting our presentation with my quote, but I have been one-upped
CEO beat you to it.
by my boss, which I'm going to conclude one of two things. Either great minds think alike, or find the smartest person in the room and emulate them. So either way works, but let me start with my quote this morning, which really is, you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the levels of your systems. And that was penned by James Clear in his book, Atomic Habits. Now, in making that statement, you know, it really was to encourage us individually to put in place and to be committed to habits and practices necessary to obtain our goals, our personal objectives. But I think it's equally as appropriate as we look at the county as an organization. Our policies, our practices, our technology systems, if not continuously evaluated and renewed, can hold us back from achieving our mission and our goals. So as we focus on digital transformation, as we focus on digital transformation of the county's technology infrastructure, our drive and objective is not to simply have the latest, greatest technology platforms and systems, but rather to invest in the right solutions to enable us to deliver county services in a more responsive and cost-effective manner for the benefit of all of our residences. I would say our objective is really threefold in this realm. It's really to improve the rate at which we work and to do so in a more integrated and seamless manner. Secondly, to ensure that we appropriately safeguard our data and electronic information. And finally, to enable departments to access and analyze data to drive operational decisions and improve the quality of services that we provide every day. With that as kind of background today, I'm joined here by Kyle Slattery, our Chief Deputy Controller from the Audit Controller's Office, and Andrew Montessori, our Assistant Director for General Services over ICT. And they will provide collectively an update on several key technology-related initiatives currently underway. With that, Kyle?
All right, good morning, Chair Hartman, members of the board. Pleasure to be here to provide an update on the ERP project. Really key here to emphasize that this truly is a county-wide initiative. All county departments will use the ERP system, and every county employee will be impacted, and ideally in a very positive way. So some relevant background on the ERP system. An ERP system is a software platform. It unifies finance, payroll, and human resources applications into one fully integrated system. Currently, the county uses 99 separate and distinct software applications to perform these features and functions. So the ERP system will be used by the county to consistently perform our business processes, securely record and store our employee and financial information, and accurately report that information to those who need it. This is a large undertaking, and the initial implementation of an ERP system will take 2 to 3 years, but there are tremendous benefits. First and foremost, it will allow the county to truly standardize and automate our business processes. This is important because this will allow departments to not focus so much on the administrative aspects of their operations, but really on delivering exceptional services to the public, consistent with their missions. It will also allow us to dramatically simplify our technology landscape. Of those 99 applications we're currently using, we'll be able to eliminate 48 of them. So nearly half of the applications currently in use will no longer need to be maintained, supported, and separately held here. It will also allow the county to meet the expectations of our workforce. Many of us are used to using really robust software in our personal lives, and we do not wish to use antiquated software at our work. So this will really allow a modern software platform that will be consistent with the expectations of our workforce. And then ultimately, it will allow the county to transform our business operations to optimize our resources. This is really one of the key vehicles towards realizing those goals of Renew 22 and beyond. So implementation is on track to begin at the beginning of next fiscal year. So moving on to some activities to date. Really, the initiative started in the summer of 2019 when we formed our project steering committee and also engaged with a countywide stakeholder team. We were very intentional and concentrated and steady in ensuring that we were taking the correct and appropriate path to getting us to where we are today. That started with an effort to hire an assessment consultant to look at all those applications currently in use and help us determine what the next appropriate step would be. That led to a contract with Guidehouse, and they performed that business applications needs assessment. The key recommendation coming out of that work was that the county should acquire and implement an ERP system. So since that time, there have been several key board actions that have led us to where we are today. First, the board adopted a budget development policy to set aside funding annually for the ERP system. The board then authorized the release of an RFP for ERP software and implementation services. This was that past summer in August 2021. And then this past fall, the board approved funding for 4 initial additional staff positions for the project. The county then completed a very thorough and robust evaluation process of the proposals received as a result of that RFP, and we went ahead and issued our intent to award ERP software and implementation contracts to the top RFP proposer. So that is Accenture as the implementer, providing professional services necessary to implement the software, and Workday, who provides the software platform on a subscription, cloud-hosted basis. So our next steps and current activities are as follows. We are actively negotiating contracts with Accenture and Workday for the implementation project and ongoing subscription. We are on track then to seek board approval of those contracts in May. So as part of that upcoming board item, we'll provide much further information on the evaluation and selection process that led to the identification of Accenture and Workday as our partners. We will then initiate the readiness work by the auditor controller, human resources, and general services, really to ensure that when the consultants show up, we are ready to go and jump into the project. And then we'll develop a preliminary multi-year change management strategy internally, which will then be merged with that of Accenture's to effectively manage the change and people aspect of this project. As we mentioned, nearly every county employee is going to be impacted. So with a lot of change, we need a really clear and effective strategy for addressing that. Then implementation scheduled to begin this July with a target go-live date for phase 1, which is the financials, in July of 2023, so a little over a year from now, and then a target go-live for the HR and payroll aspects in March of 2024. In addition to those very key first 2 phases, there will be a 3rd phase focused on the budget development tools that we use here, as well as reporting analytics, which is scheduled to go live in October of 2024. So that gets us to about 2.5 years of implementation effort. Moving on to the fiscal impacts. The ERP system really is a significant long-term investment. Both the benefits and the costs will be shared by all county departments. So we have our implementation services, which are necessary in order to properly configure and implement the system here at our county, which is a one-time use of funds expected to take 2 to 3 years. We then have the software licensing, which is an ongoing subscription cost to the cloud-based platform. And normally those are 5 to 10 year contracts, but in reality, once you do these are systems that are in place for well beyond 10 years, 15, 20, sometimes more. We will then have implementation project staffing that is one time during the duration of the implementation effort to really ensure that we have sufficient and appropriate resources dedicated to the project. Then there's the change management and end user training. So we need to implement that strategy consistent with the change management plan and train all of our end users, initially once we implement the system, as well as when new users come into the system over time. And then there's the ongoing support to optimize the system. Software is never done, and there will always be time and opportunity to fine tune and refine it so that we're using it to its optimal capabilities. So the one-time cost of implementing the ERP system, including the internal county staffing, may exceed $12 million over that 2 to 3 year implementation period. Those annual subscription costs for the ERP system will phase up as we roll out each phase of the system and may eventually exceed $2 million per year. Then the fiscal year budget for next year, 22-23, will include those costs of staffing, implementation services, as well as licensing to the software platform. Finally, wanted to wrap this section up with project staffing. So additional limited term positions are needed and necessary in order to adequately staff and execute this project. We had several discussions with our peer counties that have recently undergone ERP implementation efforts, and they said the critical thing to their success or their lack thereof was dedicating sufficient and appropriate staff to the project. Consultants can only do so much. It's really our county system and our county people that need to be responsible and involved in implementing it. So 4 positions were added this past fall into this fiscal year. Those have an asterisk on this slide here. That's about $701,000 of the total 1.42. And we will be requesting 4 additional positions beginning next fiscal year in order to adequately staff the project. And these numbers really came from guidance from our Guidehouse consultants and based on all of their experience of the level of staffing necessary in order to staff this project, as well as recommendations from Accenture that they laid out clearly in their proposal of what they expect the county project team to consist of in order for them to be to do their work adequately and do it appropriately. So there's the total that will be included in our next year's recommended budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andre to lead us into our next section.
Thank you, Kyle.
Supervisor Nelson?
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question about this section before we move on, just to, if you don't mind. Thank you, Ms. Slattery, great presentation. So since this is something that's going to be county-wide, will this get rolled up into our cost allocation plan so that all departments end up contributing to the cost of this, not only general fund, but non-general fund departments?
Absolutely. So the costs will be shared in a systematic, rational, and reasonable way so that all of the users that benefit from the system are paying a portion of its cost.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hartman and supervisors. In February of 2020, KPMG performed their operational and performance review of the General Services Department. Recommendation 8.3 from the report was to elevate the role of IT and consider establishing ICT as a standalone, independent department. Some of the expected benefits of a standalone department are consolidate sprawl of disparate technology solutions that exist in the county's highly decentralized information technology structure today. Strengthen our cybersecurity profile and data risk profile. Achieve economies of scale on vendor spend, software costs, and operational costs. It will also address gaps in current IT services and support to other county departments. The county engaged Gartner Consulting to work with general services and stakeholder departments to gather information to determine the future IT service delivery model that aligns with the county's strategic objectives for a standalone IT department, to develop the best fit direction for the county's future IT service model, and to determine the technology and skill requirements needed to support the future IT service delivery model. Gartner Consulting is also working with general services, human resources, and stakeholder departments to create a future state job architecture framework and associated job materials that will align with new and existing job roles to best practices in the IT industry. Some of the next steps required for a standalone IT department will be to onboard a Chief Information Officer, CIO, with an anticipated recruitment period of April to September of 2022. Understand and develop risk mitigation strategies to ensure a smooth transition to the future state delivery model, to develop a cost assessment and implementation budget for the standalone IT department. The full transition will likely occur over multiple fiscal years. Some of the countywide projects to transform how we do business include Microsoft M365, our website redesign project, cybersecurity enhancements, as well as the Public Safety Radio Network and other projects. With everything going on in the world today, the need for a strong cybersecurity posture is high. All these projects collectively increase our cybersecurity posture and provide departments new technology tools on how we can interact with the public. Our M365 project has made great strides. We have migrated over 5,700 mailboxes from our old on-premise servers to the cloud. That equates to approximately 92% completion as of March. Microsoft Teams adoption has increased and become the standard communication tool throughout the county as Skype for Business is end of life and being shut down. We have offered 38 Teams training sessions through the Microsoft Store. We have set up modern SharePoint sites as a tool for internal communications like the Hybrid IT project, cybersecurity, M365 migration, and a learning hub, to name a few. OneDrive is a file sharing application for anywhere and anytime access, and adoption is growing to share files online in a secure and safe environment. As of March, there were over 3.3 million files stored and 25.4 thousand files shared in OneDrive. Departments are starting to use Power BI as a tool for data visualization in dashboards that are easy to read and comprehend. Some of the next steps in our M365 project are to complete the SharePoint migration from on-premise to the cloud, retire the legacy software and hardware, freeing up valuable resources to support new technologies and increase our cybersecurity posture. To also continue to develop solutions using Microsoft's 365 suite of products and extract maximum value for the county from this investment. Last April, your board approved the award of the website redesign project to Civic Plus. On April 26th, we plan on launching the new website for the countyofsb.org. Over 3,000 pages were migrated from the old site to the new one. We established a website redesign Greenbelt training through Innovate SBC for all webmasters throughout the county. Some of the benefits are branding and standardization, so visitors have the same look and feel throughout the entire site. Top web destinations are now available within 3 clicks of the homepage to help get the public what they need in a quicker time frame and to meet constituents' expectations. Moving to Civic Plus Online from on-premise improves our reliability and availability to over 99.7% uptime and 24/7 security protection. The simplicity of the design tools and timed publishing tool will reduce the time required to update and improve the accuracy of our website. Some of our next steps in the website redesign project will be to transition the current intranet site, County Connect, along with standardizing on third-party integrations like forms and calendars. There have been several cybersecurity improvements over the past year. I will highlight for your board some of the key accomplishments. The countywide security assessment recommended a program to consistently track and improve cybersecurity across the county. This recommendation led to the Governance, Risk, and Compliance, otherwise known as GRC project. We have just completed the policy and compliance phase of the project, which will create yearly attestations for each department throughout the county and give insight to cybersecurity globally throughout the county for the CISO and other executives as needed. This includes dashboards and reporting processes as well. Another major project, our M365 investment for endpoint security, is replacing our McAfee product. Windows Defender gives the county greater insight in the cybersecurity risks on each of the endpoints in the county and will also report back to our GRC application. Multi-factor authentication, something you know and something you have. For example, you know your password and you have a cell phone or some other physical device that will authorize your login in tandem has been expanded to protect county data when away from the county network. Some of our next steps for cybersecurity are to finish phases 2 and 3 of the GRC project that include vulnerability management and risk management, installation of Albert sensors for increased 24/7 by 365 network monitoring. Last year in July, your board approved the Public Safety Radio Network contract with E.F. Johnson. We are currently in the detailed design review process with our stakeholder departments and doing site surveys and frequency analysis in preparation of a new world-class public safety radio network. We have submitted formal applications for approval with the United States Forest Service to acquire and develop 2 greenfield sites at Figueroa Mountain and Cuyama Peak. We are also working on modification or new construction of our existing towers, shelters, and power. Some of our next steps for the Public Safety Radio Network project are to receive approval from the USFS and develop these 2 sites, complete tower modifications at Santa Ynez Peak, adopt and finalize the detailed system design, which would then lead to the start of the implementation of a new public safety radio network. Some other projects we have underway and we are working on are combining our instances of Acela to a single instance and moving it to the cloud. This combines public works, cannabis, and environmental health data for input and reporting, along with a public-facing portal to apply for permits. This will give citizens and employees a smoother experience and unified data across county functions for easier reporting. We are also working with our criminal justice partners on a criminal justice data sharing solution that will improve timelines of the criminal justice process and ease of managing terabytes of data that will come in each year from various sources, like the new body-worn cameras. Procuring a system will automate workflows and reduce the need for physical media and duplicate storage by the criminal justice partners. We are also working on enterprise GIS that will allow the ability to integrate and work across agencies in and outside the county, along with a centralized geodatabase that will create efficiencies and improve data analytics and provide quicker data-driven decisions for a disaster response and recovery, as an example. This is just a brief highlight of the many digital projects we have been working on. I'll now be available for any questions the board may have.
Okay, back to the board. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Just wanted to, this is something that is near and dear to my heart. Obviously, it's just another innovative project that our county is tackling. You know, that we've talked about in the past that this board is going after big things, and this is one of them. I think this is ultimately one of those things that the public does expect and our employees expect, that we move in these different directions on really becoming a 21st century government agency. And so I'm glad to see it and very supportive.
I had a question. Go ahead, Supervisor Hart.
I just was going to echo Supervisor Nelson's comments about how this is really long overdue and it's essential to modern operations in any kind of setting, and appreciate the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness that's gone into planning this. You know, doing these big technological advancement projects are often fraught, but I really feel like this has been super well thought out and strategic, and we're not going to make the mistakes that too many agencies have made about stumbling through this process. So thank you.
I had a question about the annual cost for the subscriptions cost for the ERP program. And I had a furnace and had to replace the thermostat, and it turns out you're held hostage to a very expensive thermostat if you have a certain kind of furnace. So I guess I want to make sure we're not in that situation, investing so much in the ERP that, and we have a you said 15 years at least would be the lifetime of the system, so that they couldn't raise that cost for a subscription. Can you negotiate that up front?
Chair Hartman,
wow, you took a page right out of our negotiation handbook. And that is, and we're in the middle, actually reaching the end of our negotiations with both Acela and Workday. And the containment of cost, if I just put on a budgeting hat, budgeting, when you're looking at forecasting, you want to be able to have pretty secure numbers and know what those numbers are going out in future fiscal years and not have any surprises, right, of big increases and not be held hostage, to your point. And so as part of our negotiations, we are pushing, when I say we, our negotiations team is Mr. Slatter, myself, and Ms. Pell, are pushing Workday to do something they have never done before, which is to look at a term that goes beyond that initial 5 years. They've done 5 years and even a 10-year, 5 additional year option for a total of 10 years. They've done that with other clients. They've never gone beyond that. Without trying to reveal what's coming up in May, I think we will be there first. And the purpose there really is to have predictable costs, to not find ourselves in a position where we're held hostage, that we are incurring a spike in costs that we're not able to plan for. So I believe what we will bring to your board, and we've gotten preliminary numbers back from them, I think we'll come to the board with a 15-year agreement. And that's really unprecedented for them, but I think critical for us as we manage that cost going forward. And we're going to extract a value out of that to bring the total cost of the system down. So reduce our risk, have some predictability, and to achieve savings by doing that.
Terrific. And then I just had another question. Teams, why is that the best? I haven't had the training or the explanation and just wanted to know more about that.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Teams is really a highly transformational piece in the M365 project. It's not just a communications tool, it's a communications and collaboration tool that can be used within the county as well as folks that are outside of the county as well. And all of the new innovation is now coming from Microsoft into Teams. At some point in time, you will also see Teams replace your Outlook client for communication. So email will basically be kind of put into Teams. And the Teams messaging is kind of starting now to replace, email as a communication tool.
Okay. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, Chair. During that presentation, I sent a note to my team saying we have to do the conversion over to this M365 platform. I know a lot of us love our Zoom and our Google Docs and all of our other tools that we've used to make it work. But I think at this point, at least for my office, and this is the future. And so we all need to get on board as an organization. And I'm going to take that to heart with my own small organization and get going.
Well, you're a good model and inspiration for us. Well, do you have training?
We do have training, and we have training available that we've done with Microsoft, and we can set up individual training for board members as well if you guys would like.
Looks like it's coming. We've got a model what we preach. Mr. Frapwell, your quote is, we've had wonderful quotes, but yours is really the one that sticks in my head. We fall to the level of our systems. We don't rise to our goals, fall to the level of our systems. And that is such hard work, putting those systems into place, but it's happening. And you're doing it in an intelligent way that is very deliberate, and I have a lot of confidence. I think I've mentioned these things can really crash and burn, and we've all seen that happen, huge investment and then a big disaster. But I think this is going to work, and it's really going to be great.
Chair Hartman and Supervisor, so Andre mentioned this just to keep you abreast. So we are in the recruitment for a Chief Information Officer, a CIO, and we have 2 members of the board on a subcommittee, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson. And you haven't made the decision to make an independent IT department. We're still doing the research for that, but we are in the process of a recruitment, and that person will be an assistant CEO until which time the board decides, but your board will also be part of the selection process. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this special issue regarding digital transformation updates.
All right, thank you. So turning to our final special issue, our ARPA funding update, and ACO Anderson, who's also our budget director.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. This is the ARPA funding update special issue, and I did want to take this time to introduce and really thank Nicole Parmalee and Ted Tiber of our office for the many hours they spend managing the administration and reporting of ARPA. It is a huge undertaking. It is what we consider a budget within a budget. So really appreciate their time and effort. Also want to acknowledge from the Auditor Controller's Office, Jeremy Sturz and Robert Geis, for all their accounting guidance and compliance review that they've done to date. So this presentation, we're going to look to achieve three things. We want to update your board on where we left off on October 19th, which was our last major discussion on ARPA. So we'll recap the board allocations and those remaining balances. We want to discuss what changes have occurred since October 19th. You may recall we were awaiting final rule that has finally been received as of January 6th. And then we do have some adjustments to prior approved projects that we wanted to go over with your board. And then how should the remaining balances be allocated? And we'll go to some staff recommendations similar to how we presented in October on what some of the funding projects should be. So where did we leave off on October 19th for that discussion? Here is a tranche breakdown after the discussion. And just going down the first column where we have a tranche 1, a tranche 2, what your board is committed to date, and then the remaining balance. And how we look at ARPA is we kind of put it into two buckets. One is discretionary, that's related to lost revenue. And the other is restricted category. And of course, we have the total ARPA funds. So under the lost revenue discretionary column, we had under tranche 1, all of the lost revenue calculation was associated to tranche 1. So that was $26.6 million. We don't have any lost revenue discretionary in the tranche 2 category. Your board has approved allocations of $8.8 million of that funding to date, with a remaining balance of $17.77. Under the restricted bucket, the tranche 1 allocation included $16.8 million, tranche 2, $43.4 million. The board has committed a total of $43.7 million of those funds, with a remaining balance of $16.5 million, both of which we'll be discussing today. So here's just another flow view of the ARPA funding, where the county is receiving $86.7 million. We have the two tranches equaling each other. Tranche 1 received in 21-22, tranche 2 to be received in 22-23. So of tranche 1, we've got lost revenue discretionary bucket of $26.5 million, a restricted of $16.8 million. Under the discretionary bucket, we've got the committed $8.8 million and the remaining $17.7. For tranche 1, the restricted is $16.8 with a fully committed allocation under that tranche. For tranche 2, there's $43.4 million. It's all restricted, and your board on October 19th allocated $26.9 million of that, with the remaining is $16.5 million, of which we'll discuss today. So we just wanted to provide your board with a reminder of what that restricted funding versus discretionary funding buckets are isolated to. Restricted funding is very specific to categories within ARPA rule. They are to support public health response, address negative economic impacts, premium pay for essential workers, services to disproportionately impacted communities, the ARPA administrative expenses, and infrastructure specifically related to water, sewer, and broadband. The discretionary funding was related to lost revenue. It's a calculation that was done by the Auditor Controller. There is more flexibility on this spending for government services. With few exceptions, it cannot be used for debt settlements or replenishing any reserves. So committed to date, your board has allocated $52.5 million. As we were separating into the two buckets for discretionary, that 8.8, approximately 4.8 million went to the CIP priority projects, and $4 million went to road maintenance. Under the restricted category, 43.7 million. A portion of that went to the COVID response administration, 9.4 million. We had $3.4 million in infrastructure, and a bulk of the spending has gone towards that Health and Human Services plan that we'll go a little bit more into detail here on. So for the Health and Human Services plan, the board has committed the $30.9 million to date. That includes behavioral health allocation of $2.2 million, community health and well-being of $5.1 million, disaster resilience of $750,000, economic recovery of $350,000, housing and homelessness of $22.3 million, and organization and technology of $210,000. So what's changed since October? We talked about this briefly on the final rule. It was issued January 6th of 2022. And in that, there was a lot of comments from municipalities seeking guidance on the spending of these funds. They did add new guidance that was of particular interest to us in regard to IT infrastructure and data resources, and greater flexibility and clarification related to court backlog, crime intervention, rehiring public service staff, that has led to some general fund backfill opportunity that we're going to discuss on the next slide. And we are pleased to note that we are in the process of negotiating with our consultant, so should be on board here soon. So in regard to the general fund backfill opportunities, these are projects or programs that your board has approved within the budget with general fund sources already that could be reimbursed and used towards other board priorities. So we've identified, based on the updated guidance, some court backlog opportunity that your board approved in the last fiscal budget, criminal and justice data discovery costs, technology infrastructure, and we did find that the co-response teams fall within this at an opportune time when we knew that we were losing some grant revenue and general fund cost was going to have to cover it. With all of these, we took into consideration that that there is an ongoing source for any positions that would be available once ARPA funding ended, but it would provide your board on a 3-year basis additional one-time funding that would be available for discretionary use. So that totals $5.9 million over the 3-year period. And each year that those costs are incurred, your board would be able to use that funding for other sources. What we have done this year is put, you may recall, about $955,000 from the HVAC projects that your board has already approved into emerging issues, and you are considering that for allocation later today. So that's how the process would work for the backfill opportunities. We also did want to talk about some adjustments that were to prior approved projects, and we anticipate that this will be something we'll address really through the 3-year period, simply because we have projects that are estimated. So our actual costs as departments move forward with implementation could be over or under estimate, and so we may have to deal with those differences. In addition, through a review with the auditor and the consultant that's coming on board, we may find that some categorization changes may need to happen, so we may need to convert it from one category to another. We do anticipate, as indicated, that we will see some of these changes over the next 3 years, and we'll bring those periodically to the board as necessary. So since October 19th, we've had 3 adjustments that we've identified and wanted to bring to your board's attention. And here are the 3. The first is, you may recall that $7 million was originally set aside for an IV homeless facility. And the intent at the time was to provide, apply for home key grant funding, and the CSD department actually received that. So the adjusted cost ended up being $1,424,000 and $43. So the adjustment would be a reduction of that $7 million by the $5,575,957. As part of that grant process, there was an agreement to have 5-year services committed. So for the IV services, we're for 100 shelter beds, we're having to increase costs by $1,448,176. The third item is one of the items that comes from a conversion from one bucket of funding source to another. Your board approved the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS report, in the final rule. They clarified that to be acceptable for discretionary funding, but not restricted. So we are converting that from the restricted bucket to the discretionary. So it's a wash in totality. It is shifting the buckets total. For the total net adjustments, we have $4,127,781 that's being added back to allocation for today, and you'll see that on the next slides. So now the updated tranche breakdown after the adjustments. If you go to the adjustments line, we have a $150,000 that's now shifted to the discretionary bucket for a remaining balance of $17.6 million. For allocation to discretionary, and $4,277,781 has been added to the restricted, so it's increased the remaining balance to $20.7 million. So how should the remaining balances be allocated? We followed the same practice as we did on the October 19th, providing you a staff recommendation, and in addition to providing an exhaustive list of projects that are eligible, but certainly there just isn't enough resources available to cover them. So we're going to start with the discretionary funding recommendation. Just as a reminder, the discretionary funding is eligible towards governmental services. It is flexible for your board. It excludes debt, legal settlements, and reserves. The remaining balance was 17.7. We've adjusted it for 150,000 with an adjusted remaining balance of 17.6 million. So we looked at the best use of this for various projects, and we identified a critical project for the county that requires significant general fund capital and cash investment, starting with fiscal year 22-23, if an alternative source is not available. And that project was discussed in the digital transformation presentation as well. This is the Public Safety Radio Network Replacement Project. It's an estimated one-time project cost of about $30 million. We plan to have debt financing of about $12 million of that, and the general fund or alternative source would need to cover the remaining 18. And this project is extremely critical to the county. It is a system that handles all our 911 and interagency emergency communications. The current system is no longer supported with parts and updates, resulting in county risk exposure. So staff recommends using the remaining discretionary funding to pay for the general fund portion of this project. In regard to the restricted funding recommendation, staff has prioritized, as indicated, similar as we did in October, projects for final consideration by your board. We also provided an attachment B if you want details on some of the projects, the full 59 projects that are listed. So there's approximately 59 projects, only 116 million. Clearly, we only have 20.7 million remaining. That's from the 16.5 million from October, with an adjustment for the IV homeless project of 4.1 million for a remaining balance of $20.7 million. Once again, we took into prioritization various things that included, for priority, were there any direct COVID-19 response costs, administration compliance reporting, general fund backfill opportunity, which we did find, and any mandated sewer water infrastructure projects that would be impacting the general fund if we did not pay it with an ARPA source. We did identify some projects that were qualified, at least one for census tracts that serve communities or would improve access to meetings. We do have one-time cost department expansion requests related to court backlog. And we do have some critical health and human services needs as part of the HHS plan, which would round out the allocations. So here's the proposed remaining restricted funding recommendation. We've got 5.9 in general fund backfill projects that include court backlog, data discovery, IT infrastructure, co-response, all of which is already in the budget. Project clean water mandates, these are increases. Your board allocated some previously, and there's some increased costs related to those for a total of $6.7 million. We've added the Ivy Community Center sewer replacement and other improvements. This is within a qualifying census tract of 532,000. We've added hearing room improvements with closed captioning of 400,000. And there's 2 expansion requests requested by the district attorney and public defender to cover backlog, court backlog within their departments. And then the remaining is one-time projects and ongoing related to the Health and Human Services Plan, and those are detailed on the next slide. We'll come back to this slide because it totals the $20.7 million. So for the HHS plan detail, it totals nearly $10.8 million. And it covers organization and technology, community well-being, housing and homelessness, and then disaster resiliency. And all the detail is provided. I do have Terry Nisich here too, if you have any questions related to these lists specifically. But the intent was to show you the detail of the 10.7. We also have other eligible projects for restricted funding. Unfortunately, these exceed the available ARPA funding. We do have expansion requests from the sheriff's office that would qualify. One of the things that we looked at as part of recommendation is that if there's an ongoing source, would it cause a what we're calling a funding cliff, similar to homelessness out years after ARPA. So all of these are ongoing costs. ARPA is not an ongoing cost, ongoing source, but these are eligible projects for funding. These are projects that you saw in the October 19th presentation for CSD Parks. They have a total of $34.7 million in various parks projects. Public Works also identified some priority projects totaling $52.6 million. And then we had some other requests that were outstanding. One from the South Coast Chamber Economic Development Strategy. You may recall this was initially $50,000 for an economic development strategy report. They've added some grant funding request to that initial request. And then we had a request from WellPath for temporary pay increase for their nursing staff. And then we do have the HVAC projects that are, ARPA has funded multiple other HVAC projects that we're taking advantage of. And certainly there are more on the list. So in summary, the staff has made some recommendations to allocate the $17.6 million of discretionary funding to the Public Safety Radio Network replacement project and allocate $20.7 million of restricted funding to the projects identified on slide 22. Projects not funded by ARPA can certainly be considered for other one-time funds by your board, and we'll be going over those totals later today. And we're looking that your board consider the recommendations and provide direction on projects and funding to be incorporated in the recommended June budget hearings. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I really appreciate this level of detail and summary because it's important to understand the context of what we've already invested. It's not altogether clear, but I think it is, so I'm asking the question. So assuming we agree with these recommendations, what would be left of ARPA is that $955,000 that was in Monday's presentation. And that's it, or that's just the one from one of those two tranches?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair. So the $955,000 was a conversion back in October. So that is That is available to your board in emerging issues. That's a county general fund reserve. So that's free and clear for your board to allocate later today. And it's part of the $4 million that we talked about on day one. In addition to that, the backlog, the general fund backfill projects, and let me back up to that slide. So similar to the $955,000 that was made available to your board through the budget, it would be an additional that $2,178,868. If your board approves the staff recommendations, that would also be added to the amount of funding that your board would have be able to allocate for 22-23 as one-time funding. And hopefully that answered your question.
It does, though that amount goes down over 3 years, right? So we would have to watch out about.
Correct. We would make your board aware each year of what that amount is. The reason in 22-23 is there's some one-time, most of these are associated to ongoing funding, but there is that technology infrastructure that's $250,000 that's one-time funding.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go to slide 22 for a second? So I'm trying to marry this up with the expansion requests that we heard from different departments. So if we would approve these recommendations, and both the public defender and district attorney's office positions are good, but how does that differ? Those are line items, what is that, underneath the subtotals? Okay, those are subtotals, okay. So what else is in that 5.9 million of the court backlog? So then it says data discovery. Are those other positions? Because I noticed public defender and both DA are also looking for data, or maybe just the public defender, data positions. So what are those?
So, let me go back to that, I apologize, because it breaks it down better. So we have $1.4 million that was approved in the previous year budget, and this is for a 3-year period. I believe this is for public defender positions that is already in the budget. So we would just, in lieu of giving the department GFC, we would cover that with ARPA funding, and that GFC would be made available in these buckets.
Okay, but those aren't the expansion requests that we also heard. Okay.
They were funded in fiscal year 21-22.
Right. So, but there is ARPA funding available. So let's go back to 22 for a second. Okay, so that's your top line, is what you're saying, is part of the 5.9.
Correct.
Then this next one down. So then part of that 20.7 is the court backlog DA, court backlog public defender. Okay. Okay, so that answers that question. Now let's go to 23. The 600,000 for senior nutrition assessment and gaps funding. Who's doing that? This has been something I've asked for a long time, so I'm glad we're doing this. It seems like everybody and their brother, every organization provides senior nutrition, but we always have issues.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. To answer that question, we've set aside that $600,000 so that the Department of Social Services, in conjunction with our office, could actually begin that deeper dive to see how services are provided countywide and see if we could do a better job of coordinating amongst all of the different agencies.
So part of that 600,000 isn't the study to do it, it's to provide gap funding.
Correct.
Cool.
We'll be tucking
Okay.
aside the money if needed, and that is
Great.
our estimate.
All right, and then my last question is slide 26. This is the part I'm struggling with. Okay. So these are also on our expansion requests, and they're eligible, but they exceed the ARPA funding.
That's correct,
Okay.
and they have an ongoing component.
Correct. So this brings me to a question about, it seems like we have this is going to be a little controversial, I think, but so we have two pots of money of, we call it one time or we call it ongoing. And on sometimes it seems like what we've done because of ARPA is we've kind of established a new tranche of, or a new set of 3-year funding, which I like because it kind of gives us, although it creates a cliff in the 4th year, it also gives us the ability to find out, is this a program that we want to keep around? Is this worthy of us trying to find funding during those 3 years? I like this idea of it's not just one time. It's not, we don't have to commit to it for life. And what I'm interested in is actually, and you can tell me that this is a terrible budget principle, but I would like to take one-time money now. I mean, I think we have like $4 million. Tell me what's wrong with saying, okay, I want the Orchid Community Resource Deputy, and I know it's an ongoing cost, but take that one-time money, set it aside, and say, I want to give it a 3-year run, which is $700,000, and use one-time money to do that. And then we could, between now and 3 years from now, find out if we could continue to fund that Orchid Resource Deputy, or if after the 3 year, so that somewhere in your budget, you would have that JAWS, which I know we hate because we like that to all line up for 5 years, but we would be creating a problem in 4 years. So I don't think we've ever done that before outside of ARPA, but is that something, what do you think about that thought process? Because we just don't have any ongoing money to deal with.
Right, so Supervisor Lavenino through the chair. So how we would typically do that is you have a 5-year forecast now that we provide you, and we would incorporate anything that's an ongoing impact into that future outlook to see what the bottom line would be. And then as we have made recommendations to your board in the past, your board has been very prudent about setting aside funding now for things that we know are going to be an issue down the road. So it is definitely something that we can work with. As long, the department needs to be clear that we're trying to find an alternative source and what that direction would be from your board.
CEO Miyasato.
So Supervisor, I guess the short answer is yes, you could do that. I think the longer answer is because we are doing that for the homeless programs, to be frank.
Right.
For ARPA money, and we see this cliff of $5 million that will have to be paid if we want to continue those programs. And so you can do that. We would be creating the cliffs ourselves. It might be worth it to your board, but I guess what Nancy is saying, that because it's difficult for the board to cut a program, and I'm being very blunt, it's difficult for the board to cut programs, especially if they're successful and we want to continue it. It's difficult to cut a program or to cut somewhere else to continue to fund it. We, as a prudent strategy, would put it in the 5-year forecast and know the board would like this to continue, and would always be keeping it on the list. And what she's saying is that in our existing 5-year forecast, there's no room to add because we show that we're going to be in deficits in a couple of years out, and we just balance over the 5-year. Now, having said that, we don't know what the future holds. And for other positions, what we've said is we make it clear with the department, anything you hire into this position is for a limited term.
Right.
And the letters that they sign, I think for management positions, say, you take this job knowing it's a limited term. Now, for the sheriff's office, it could be very different because
Right.
it's how they staff. And I think we do that for managers, but I don't believe we do that for represented employees because that's a different issue.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm thinking about it this year is just because we've had so much one-time money available through ARPA that I don't really see too much on the one-time calendar that piques my interest, as opposed to some of the things that are ongoing that I find very critical, but we just don't have one-time money for. So it's kind of got me thinking about taking one-time and funding things for 3 or 4 years with that one-time money, but obviously, that's a discussion that we'll have, but okay, thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I want to keep on this slide, and I'm going to broadly discuss what Supervisor Lavenino mentioned, that I think it might create, what you're proposing might create an opportunity for a department to trial a program, and then maybe decide 2 or 3 years down the line whether it's worth keeping that program or getting rid of something that's existing within their own organization to replace it with. And, because it's really hard to start up a new position within a department while cutting somewhere else. And so, kind of creating your own service level reduction internally. So being able to do that through this process may be a benefit to the board. I'm just throwing that out there as just part of the broad discussion. So that was the first part. Specifically on this slide, though, the co-response expansion. So there's 5 teams there at a pretty large number. Is that scalable? Is there a cost on a 1 team, 2 teams? Does it? I just want to try to understand that better as we look at that really critical program, but at the same time, that's a big number and it's going to be hard to swallow all at once.
So, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I believe that's the case. I know we have sheriff representation here, but they're nodding yes.
I see a
that they
big
can break
nod.
that down to a team component.
And then I just have one more question. I just wanted to understand a little bit better about the backlog of the cases and that number that we had. We have 3 for the public defender. We have 2 for the DA's office, and both very important, but usually it's kind of flipped, right? Isn't there more cases that the DA is handling than the public defender? They only have a portion of that backlog, or how are we doing that?
Supervisor, through the chair, actually, we have representatives of the Public Defender's Office here. Lemaire, do you want to address that?
Yes, good morning. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. The difference in the numbers there comes down to the difference in responsibilities. So for the DAs, there are various types of cases. Some of them involve people, some of them are victimless. So it may be property, it may be, say, for example, driving under the influence, where there is no accident, where there's no person that is harmed in that. For every single case that the public defender works with, there is a person. There is a client that there is time to talk with, find records out about, and we've seen some of the statistics of people who with substance use issues, homelessness issues, that sort of thing. So for each person, we are a group of people working with people, and that also includes the time, effort, and energy that it takes to sometimes even just to connect. So to find people who are unhoused and are dealing with other types of dysfunction.
Thank you. And I don't want to turn this into the last budget hearing, but I would like to hear from the district attorney on that as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. Okay, 4 different issues. For every case a deputy district attorney deals with, there is a person. So I don't know where the illusion that there is no person was just given to you, because I'm trying to picture a situation. The district attorney's office always has more cases than the public defender's office, because cases are defended by private counsel, by CDA, and by the public defender's office. There is a backlog. We have 100% of the prosecution backlog. When we submitted the idea that we needed 2 additional positions, it was based upon balancing the request of general funds, not based on this funding at all. If this funding is available, then of course we'd want 3 positions. Of course we would. But when we make a presentation to you and say we need an investigator, we need support staff, we need lawyers, we're going to try to give you a balanced request. So that's the first response. The second is as to the 2 data and as the one-time funding. Let me talk about 2 data people first. We talked about the tsunami. I think that was the same word used by the public defender, what's coming to us. We have to be able to get that discovery out. And we need those 2 data people, regardless of what decisions we make about DEMS. There's a little confusion in my mind about whether it was set aside for last year. In my mind, it was, so I didn't include it in this year's ask. And then I started to hear about other positions that had been moved over to this. So please understand, in whatever form it comes to us, we do need those 2 people, whether it was last year's set aside or something else new. And finally, as to one-time funding, we want ongoing funding for all the right reasons. We want to have secure programs. But of course, if the choice is one-time funding versus no funding, our office is going to ask for that one-time funding. Any questions? Thank you so much for asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dia Dudley. And so I guess my only comment on that one was that, it does seem that, there's some throughput with that backlog, right? And so it does need to be somewhat leveled. If we, put 3 public defenders, only 2 DAs, we might get stuck because the DA can only process them as fast as they can process with the resources they have. So just as we look at that as a board and deliberate on that, I think some equity there might accomplish what we're trying to get done by funding those backlogs. We don't want one to be ahead of or behind the other. We want them to move in concert. So just something to consider.
Any other questions? Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And just in a spirit of equality, I don't know if it's going to be 2 or 3, but I agree that both need to be the same.
CEO Miyasato, did you have something to add?
No, I think that the board is, or at least a couple of board members have expressed on this issue. I just remind you that on the up above number, the 5.9 includes, we said data discovery positions that the board, we sized it to include the needs from the departments, but we're still in that process, working with retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth. But I do want to mention that at that time, the flip side of it is that the public defender did not put in positions in that data discovery chunk. They are now in this budget request, but they didn't back then. So if we're going to talk about equity, we should probably look at the whole thing, a parity between the public defender and the DAs regarding the data discovery and the backlog. I'm just mentioning that.
I wanted to follow up on the senior nutrition, if I may, because this is an issue that people, that there's so much interest surrounding it. So we've allocated $600,000 and we're doing a gaps analysis. Could you elaborate a little more, because are we looking at alternatives and to suggest something? Just saying who's not fed isn't really going to deal with this system very well.
Yes, Chair and members of the board, we have not yet begun scoping the study. We would certainly begin that shortly with this funding, but that was the goal, is to really take a look at the bigger picture. Through COVID, we saw that certain groups were having great difficulty attaining reliable meal services. And we did that initial study, as you recall, and about, I believe, 100,000 was allocated, 200,000 was allocated out throughout the communities to work to close the gaps. And during that time, we just found that there may be additional needs throughout the community, and this would be that opportunity to take that deeper dive and then see what was in fact needed to close a gap in a longer term approach.
So if I'm understanding, it's more than just closing gaps, it's really what is a better system?
Better approach, yes.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, do we have any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we do have 2 requests to speak on this special issue, and we will be going to Zoom to begin with Spencer Brandt, to be followed by Daryl Scheck. Spencer? And Spencer, we have unmuted you on our end.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent, thank you. Good morning, board. I'm Spencer Brandt, the president of the Isla Vista Community Services District Board of Directors. And I want to speak in support of the ARPA allocation for the Isla Vista Community Center and thank staff for recommending the allocation. The Isla Vista Community Services District leases the Isla Vista Community Center building from the county, which we safely reopened in January of this year. We operate this building and provide programming to Isla Vista youth, families, and young adults. This programming includes dance classes, exercise classes, computer literacy training, as well as rentable space for Isla Vista residents. We've made a really intentional effort to provide programming that serves the many youth and families that live in Isla Vista who really historically have been chronically underserved. Isla Vista has really dreamed of having a community center for 50 years. And after the redevelopment agency was dissolved in 2012, the county really stepped up to work with the state to preserve this important facility for public use and has continued the process of rehabilitating the building. Over the past decade, important improvements have been made, including replacement of the roof and HVAC systems, as well as structural enhancements. And while there has been progress made, there are still outstanding issues to be resolved. As referenced in the staff report, sewer line repairs and ADA compliance improvements are needed. I have to give a huge shout out to our district staff who have worked diligently to beautify and adapt the interior of the space to be very suitable for public use. I invite the board, if you're ever in Isla Vista, to stop by and enjoy some of our programming and see what it's become. But there are glaring issues that still exist, including the lack of a floor and baseboards, as well as soil slopage issues that have caused water damage. So again, I just really want to thank the board for considering this important project to better serve the residents of Isla Vista and for making Isla Vista a priority.
Thank you.
We will now go to Daryl Sheck, who is our final speaker. Daryl?
Good afternoon, Chair Hartman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Daryl Sheck, SEIU Local 620 Executive Director representing many county employees. And we know that we're under an MOU through June of 2024, and we appreciate the agreement that was struck when it was struck back then, but a lot has happened since then. I need to inform the board that our members are getting absolutely hammered by the rocketing cost of living, which for LA, Long Beach, Anaheim was 8.5% increase from March of 2021 through March of 2022, while those that we represent received a 3% increase in October of 2021, which leaves a pay gap of over 5%. From what I understand, the county received approximately $18,000 equivalent per employee through ARPA. Some agencies have seen these inflationary pressures and offered significant relief to those that we represent. For example, at the city of Santa Maria, those we represent received some significant one-time funds to facilitate retention of employees. And other jurisdictions like the city of Goleta have also done this. While we know we're under contract, our members who are your employees are watching what is unfolding with a great deal of concern. We hope that you're constantly evaluating the situation and that you understand the hits that they are taking. We ask you to remember that no one has a crystal ball to predict the future, and what was supposed to be a short-term transitory inflation appears to be much longer-term and harmful than anyone could have predicted. Housing costs have continued to accelerate and made it virtually impossible for those that we represent to live in some of the communities that they serve. You know, it was interesting hearing some of the comments that the maintenance department dealt with over 10,000 complaints. That's over like 27 complaints a day. You know, in social services, there's unmitigated retention problems. I want to thank Supervisor Hart for pointing out that we actually may have a competitive advantage now with regards to internalizing labor at the county rather than contracting things out. And, you know, there's a plethora of other items that need to be taken care of too. In terms of the DA and public defender and the co-response teams, I think we appreciate the money that's being put towards those. In particular, the co-response teams, we've asked you know, from the county in the past to try and get money towards our members that are going out there on the front line and that are part of those co-response teams with mental health and Be Well. So we would really appreciate to see that money going forward. And I'll just say that please prioritize our members who are your employees as we go forward and try to plan for the future with the budget with them in mind as well. And I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, so we have a choice. Do we want to have Ms. Anderson give us our budget workshop summary before lunch, or?
Supervisors, we would prefer to do it after because we do need to regroup during lunch. That's when our staff kind of looks at all the
Perfect.
comments.
All right, so 45 minutes for lunch, come at 1:15. Minutes is enough. 1:15, we're back. So after a lunch break, we're reconvening our budget workshops for fiscal year 2022 and 23. And we're about to go to our budget workshop summary. And ACEO and Budget Director Nancy Anderson, would you provide us, or CEO Miyasato, you want to introduce it first?
Yeah, thank you, board members. And just before we get into the nitty-gritty of the budget summary, I wanted to take a moment to just, if you could look at the screen as well. It's just a recap about what we've done in the last 2.5 days, and just to remind us why we're here. I know we get to this point where everyone's looking at their expansion requests, but just to remind the board, you have $1.4 billion of services that we're proposing in the preliminary budget. And all your departments are geared, as we said, to reset, reconnect, and reimagine what the county can be and what our community can be in the near future. And that we have a lot of opportunity, and that we are also trying to do, as these slides indicate, we're trying to build anew. We are knowing that change is continuously in process. It's a struggle sometimes. That we know that in this budget, you're looking for us to go upstream and resolve problems before they come to the catastrophes or the crises. You're planting seeds for the future, you're making a difference, and that we are taking action to fulfill your vision. So I want to thank the departments again for providing quotes, and just to remind us that's where we are, and not to lose sight of that as we start looking at these requests for more from your departments. And with that, so thank you to the very youthful Terry Nisich and Sarah Gill in our office who put that together.
That was great, by the way.
Yes, thank you, Terry.
Having all those
Thank you,
quotes,
Sarah.
really appreciate that.
So we are now at the time of the budget workshop summary. Go to the next slide. And as we've said, our fiscal outlook is very stable. Revenue is expected to meet operational needs. We've talked about our 5-year forecast and discretionary revenues. And again, because of the 5-year forecast and what we showed, we have minimal ongoing revenues compared to prior years for service expansion. But there are no service level reductions. We still have some key challenges you heard from our departments. We know there's volatility still in the cannabis tax revenue side of things, and your board has made important investments, and we're continuing to make those investments. And just overall, these are the things that your board has asked us to focus on, and that we're continuing in this budget, as we have in past budgets as well. I'm not going to go through the slides, but that, as you saw, were themes throughout the departments. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Anderson, who will go through where we are on the summary and the expansion requests.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, so we're here to the end, and Mona's kind of recapped what we've talked about for the last several days, but we're back to our expansion request. So this is all a recap of the information that has been provided to you over the past several days. So starting with community services, we've got a zero emission transportation specialist, 1 FTE, HCD accountants, 2 FTEs, some cultural arts master plan implementation ongoing costs, parks pavement rehabilitation, Betaravia Valley of Light artwork expansion. For district attorney, their post-conviction relief unit of 1.5 FTE, cyber crimes unit investigator, 1 FTE, and deputy district attorneys for their backlog of 2 FTE, and those are on the ARPA list. For planning and development, they had 2 options for long-range planning, one with a consultant of one-time funds of $562,500, or a ongoing option with a team of 4 FTE. Public defender had requests for public defenders for backlog of 3. These are on the ARPA list. Data analyst of 1 FTE, and legal office professionals for discovery of 3 FTE. Public Works PCI requests of $3.1 million, and general cost increases of $4.8 million. The sheriff had requests for co-response expansion of 7 FTE, a narcotics team of 5 FTE, human trafficking detective of 1 FTE, cannabis compliance team of 5 FTE, an Orcutt and Montecito community resource deputies of 2 FTE. Sheriff service technicians for the NBJ at 6 FTE, an accounting supervisor of 1 FTE, and a sheriff service technicians investigators for 2 FTE. Treasurer Tax Collector had a request for 3 veteran service representatives and 1 TOT compliance position. And then we talked about some new requests, one for the County Executive Office related to the waterfront infrastructure feasibility study, general services for the EV infrastructure project, and just most recently, districts 3 and 5 mentioning the North County Youth Safety programs. And so we've added an amount here similar to what's in the South County.
And Supervisors, just to remind you, if you have your binder in tab 3 this morning, there was a revised expansion request that includes other comments.
We also talked today about the priority CIP list. So these are just those same projects listed. We talked about the unfunded HVAC projects. They're also ARPA eligible. We talked about the proposed discretionary funding recommendation for the public safety radio. And then we have the proposed remaining restricted funding recommendation of the 20.7 for the ARPA funding for the discussion we just had. Based on that discussion, we just put, just so you could see, a revised option if you're looking to consider keeping district attorney and public defender equal. That would leave a balance of about $444,600 for HVAC projects or other eligible. Member has to be an eligible project that would be available. Just a reminder, we talked about this on Monday, that because we have little general fund available for ongoing requests, and the 5-year forecast obviously is indicating that we are going to be tight, and county fiscal planning is going to be imperative. For high priority requests, your board can consider having our office work with departments further and recommend reductions to their budgets to fund requests or alternatives. Evaluate in terms of risk and liability, cost savings, or discretionary versus mandatory. Review non-general fund sources not already evaluated. Use one-time funds for pilots, but set expectations of end dates. Your board brought that up today as well. And for longer term options, have our office evaluate other potential revenue measures. So where we've left it is the funding available is general fund contribution of $339,100 ongoing, and about $6.2 million of one-time that comprises cannabis tax revenue of $3.1 million, the $955,000 from the HVAC prior ARPA backfills. And new ARPA-approved backfill projects, assuming your board approves that recommendation from our office, is $2,178,868. So that's the totality of the funding sources. Here's some of the key issues that we've heard over the last few days. We started with the Health and Human Services functional group. And we heard that your board wants to hear more about CalAIM implementation and the impacts to the county, and our office is working with those impacted departments, and they're looking to bring a presentation to your board sometime in July. We also talked about proposed ARP allocation to childcare. Your board has already approved $2 million allocation in a previous allocation, but First 5 staff was working to bring back a presentation on how that should be allocated, and they're planning to do that on May 3rd. We also heard from the general government and support services, specifically with the Treasurer Tax Collector, and we've committed to meeting with the Treasurer to explore use of their ICRP 200,000 and other alternatives to help perhaps restore or consider their expansions. We heard general support for the veteran services representative positions at some level, and those were 3 FTE at $109,700 each. For the public safety departments, we heard that your board would like to hear in June more information and break out employees leaving the fire department and what's driving their 60% retention rate. Also for the fire department related to co-response, return with information, the possibility of fire assisting with co-response. And we heard that the legislative, to refer to the legislative committee to explore funding sources and alternatives to address AB 625 affecting the public defender indigent defense workload, as well as other legislation such as Care Court that we also are aware of. For the community resources and public facilities, your board talked with the Ag Commissioner to explore the state grant funding for Farm Worker Resource Center program when that's available. Our understanding is they've developed a working group and that those will be working towards grant requirements and then issuing NOFA sometime in the future. So we will be looking for that. Then for regard to CSD staff, just proactively communicating with the library folks on what's happening in the budget. For policy and exec, we heard that there is support for some general support for the waterfront infrastructure feasibility study expansion. It is on the list for your consideration. And support for North County Youth Services expansion. And we've added that on behalf of District 3 and 5. With that, for today, we are looking that your board approve, as part of the recommendation, the policy disaster recovery reserve that we have discussed to maintain a minimum reserve of $3 million in that fund in general county programs to fund the repair of county infrastructure damaged during disasters when no other state or federal reimbursement or other available funding can be identified. We are looking that you provide direction on any expansion requests or capital projects to be included in the recommended budget or defer to hearings, and providing input or direction on other items, including our special issues that you heard today. After budget workshops, our office will work with the auditor controller, will review and revise as necessary, and general fund discretionary revenue estimates based on any new information that's available. So we'll be finalizing essentially all of our numbers and including incorporating any direction that we receive from your board today. We will complete our schedules, and the recommended budget will be released in late May. And the final budget hearings will be on June 14th and potentially held over to the 15th. And just a reminder that revenues and expenditure estimates are still subject to change over the next few months based on information coming out of the county. And that leaves us with the recommended action. That's part of our board letter and process to receive and file all of our information, provide direction in regard to the CEO's recommended budget, and approve the new budget development policy on the disaster recovery reserve, and provide any direction regarding special issues or other items, and determine pursuant to CEQA guidelines that actions are not subject to CEQA. Madam Chair, that concludes my comments, and we're happy to answer any questions or move into deliberation.
So does any board member have a question for Ms. Anderson? And well, I just really appreciate it. It shows how carefully you were listening as we were talking up here. So what I heard from your comments is what I also heard, that is there are some things it seems we have general agreement on already. And I wonder if we could discuss those first and then move on to maybe what some of our personal priorities might be. But I think for the veterans, at least one FTE ongoing, is that?
Yeah, I'd like staff to come back and let us know where, obviously the request is, I believe, for 3.
Yes.
So I don't want to say I just want to do 1. I want to look at where, where would that person be stationed? Where do we need, if there were 3, where would they all be at? Obviously 3 is a wish list. I want to do as many as we can do, but to me, that's something, I think we all agree Veteran Services offices need to be
adequately
beefed up.
Yeah.
And we just got to figure out how much of that we can do between now and June.
Yes, and I do believe we asked, could we phase this over time? But I think what you're saying is really how would it be allocated? But at least 1 ongoing, and general agreement to that. Let's see, and the REACH study, and at that level, kind of. Okay. this is a bigger ticket item, but in long-range planning, we have two choices, it seems to me, and we can do this one time with the planner and the consultant. That seemed the least, and people seem to agree to that one? Yeah.
Yep. I'd love option 2, but I think we need to do option 1 because we don't have much money.
Right. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I'm not there on either one at this point. I know that we need to do something. I don't know if throwing more money at it is the solution. I think that's it's a puzzle that I'm looking forward to the hearing that we're going to have on that in the near future to have that discussed. So I'm not ready to be supportive of either option at this point, but I understand why my colleagues are.
So I'd like to get a sense, Supervisor Hart, where are you on that?
Yeah, I think the consultant approach is the preferable.
So I think we had 5 on the first and the second, and we've got 4 for the planner. So that's.
And Chair Hartman, if you would, and I'm not, if we were voting, I wouldn't be voting against it. I'm just more abstaining at this point. I want to have that discussion among all of us. So I'm just not quite there yet, so thank you.
And then the other thing that I heard, I thought I heard a lot of agreement on was the TOT audit, that might pay for itself in the money that it would generate or find. Did I hear that? I see a nod.
So
for a one time.
One time.
Okay, one time.
Yeah, one time.
You know, I heard a couple different things. I heard a position with an audit, but I also heard there was maybe some software that we could at least enhance what they had with. So I would like to maybe see that come back between now and June, so we know what that looks like. If it's only a $30,000 software purchase, then that's obviously preferable. Although, like as we said, that Mr. Hagan's doing a lot, and he's sometimes a victim of his own success. So it might be good to vet that out a little bit more and see how best to get our best bang for our buck with that.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm interested in an audit. I just, on my, unless I have an older sheet, it shows it in ongoing, and I don't know how you would do it as a one-time. So, and there's so much, it's so little ongoing, it almost takes up the entire ongoing budget. So I'm very interested in the procedure of doing it, but I don't know how we're going to pay for it.
Right, I
so.
was thinking of it, somehow it'd have to be one time because
I think almost everything we're going to have to do is one time, even if it's stuff that wouldn't ideally be one time. But maybe we could just. I'm okay with him coming back and explaining what exactly this is going to be used for sometime between now and June. That's fine.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I think the premise is that the new position is efficient enough to generate revenue ongoing to offset the cost.
That's
of the
right.
additional
Thank you. That
staff
was the
person.
logic. Yeah.
Yep.
Chair
Hartman,
Questioning that.
Okay, but we would have to allocate it now out of ongoing, right? I mean, unless.
We don't have to.
I know. Well, that's what I was asking earlier. Is like, could you take 600,000 and say, hey, over 3 years, after 3 years, this has to pay for itself, or we're not going to do it anymore?
Supervisor Lamanino, through the chair, this is one, we are going to be working with the department starting next week. I think there are some options here. I think if we have general direction that you're supportive of the position, we will incorporate it in a way that'll be supported ongoing.
So we've got 4. Now, the other one I think I may have heard general agreement on is the EV position, ZEV, the transportation planning position.
Well, I think at least 4 of us voted for it a week ago, so hopefully that isn't ephemeral. But I would say that just as we're unsure about the future on a lot of these positions, that it would be acceptable to fund it for one time and see if either things get better between now and next year, or if we can get grant funding to continue it, or some other method of continuing the effort.
So a lot of lights here. I think Supervisor Hart, you were first.
It was a leftover light.
Okay. And Supervisor Williams, you've had your say.
Yeah, I just want us to call the question. If we didn't actually all support the plan last week, then maybe we should revise the plan, but I think we voted for it.
Supervisor Nelson and then Lavanino.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. I supported moving forward with the discussion. I think it sounds like a worthwhile expenditure. I'm just not sure if some of the other requests don't rank higher on my list than that. So, you know, if we had unlimited money, I would absolutely be there. But, you know, when we talked about that yesterday, or last week, we didn't have everything in front of us yet. So I would reserve my support for that until I've seen what other expansions that we're going to be able to make.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I probably opened this can of worms, but talking about using one time for ongoing, I don't think you can do it for 1 year. Now, I support this, but I think you have to carve out a chunk of money. You can't just say 165,000 because it's one time for 1 year. To me, if we're going to go down this slippery slope, then I'm looking at, like, you should fund something for 3 years at least and carve that money out of the budget so that next year we're not all just sitting here with 25 different positions that we funded for 1 year that we have to get rid of. Now, this one's different because we are going to be pursuing grant funding, so I'm a little bit more comfortable with it, and it does state in the notes that the department thinks they can get the grant funding.
Right.
So I would be cool with moving it forward for 1 year, provided that there's grant funding. If we don't get a grant funding, comes back and we have to make a decision on it. But
So then I think we have at least 4 that there's some general agreement there. The other one that I think I heard agreement on, but I'm not as sure, is the human trafficking one-time. The thought is, could this be one-time, given that it's now on a grant? Supervisor Lavanino asked why this wasn't a service level reduction.
Yeah.
So
here's my question about this, and I think it's more of a legal question, is because I've had this issue before, is we can't really dictate line items in the sheriff's budget, if I'm correct. So like I might say I'd really love to have a human trafficking detective, or I want to support the narcotics detective but not the school resource. At the end of the day, anything we approve for the sheriff's budget is the sheriff's prerogative, that if he feels it should go to a different area, that's great. And he might say today that, yes, I would really love to have that human sex trafficking detective, but 3 weeks from now, if something pops up and he has to move the money. So it's not like other departments where we just kind of dictate that this is what it's for. Having said that, I do support continuing that with the caveat that we continue to pursue other outside. I can't imagine that there's not grant opportunities for something that's such a scourge on our community. So, but I just want to clarify that. I've kind of made that mistake before where we kind of think we're line item approving items, and it's not really the case.
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair. So you're right, you appropriate funds to the sheriff's budget. But I have to say the sheriff has been very good. I think when you're designating a purpose and if there's an agreement, I can't remember a time where the sheriff didn't use it for that purpose.
And I want to be really clear that I wasn't saying he hasn't done that. I'm just saying that that's...
She took the words right out of my mouth.
that I just want to be clear that we have to realize that there is a legal difference between this department and other departments.
Yeah, and if I could just add something, Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair too, the other thing is that the likelihood of us finding additional grant funding for this position is probably slim and none. And the reality is, the whole idea of the grants is that they give us the grants as seed money to get something started with the idea that, well, the jurisdiction will then pick it up on their own if it's considered to be worthwhile and so forth. So with so many other demands and so many other priorities that are out there at the national level, this is in competition with a lot of other things. And so it's unlikely, I would think, that we're going to find something that would substitute as a grant. So, and again, I just would reiterate that you're right. I mean, the authority's there for me if the sky falls and there's some disaster, to use what we have in the best way possible. But the reality is, we're making a pledge to you that we feel this is a very important position, and we will support it, just as we have done with the IV community resource deputies and others, where you've earmarked certain monies for certain positions. And we understand that, and even though perhaps not legally obligated, we are certainly conducive to doing that. So.
And that's great to hear. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, Chair Hartman. I actually have a question about this. So this position is is part of a bigger task force, right? So is that
Sheriff Brown? Would you?
Sorry, Sheriff. So my question was, this position is part of a bigger task force that exists, and without this position, that task force begins to unravel to a certain extent?
Well, without this position, there is no enforcement element. There is no investigative and enforcement element in that task force. Some of the services would still be there, I'm sure, but we wouldn't have the specialized investigative position that we do now that really is the entry point for people that are, to get them out of the human trafficking scourge and to get them into recovery programs and options to help them.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I think that just highlights the importance of this, of funding this position. I mean, it really is so much more than just one detective.
Excellent. Thank you for asking that question. So that's kind of my list. And CEO Miyasato, you've recorded all of that.
We have supervisors, and we are waiting for any other direction, but we can recap once you've had more discussion.
Okay. So Supervisor Williams?
Well, if the climate action plan is, as we passed it last week, is still where we want to go, there's one other item that, you know, we did vote for the light duty ZEV mandate, and the price tag is a little bit higher than I was expecting. So, you know, I understand if somebody had cold feet, but I think we do this. It's a one-time expenditure, and the plan by the department, as I understand it, is to do a large number of chargers and the electrical infrastructure for this. They didn't want to give me an estimate, but they did. 120 to 130 chargers, you know, over the lifespan of the project. And that would be a significant step forward to equipping our fleet to be able to do this, and our institution to lead the way. And it would also help county employees buy electric cars, because there would be more charging infrastructure at work. So, you know, I hope there still is support for this. So moving forward. So I'd like to hear about that.
Any response?
Yeah, I voted for it, and I will continue to support that. It's a one-time expenditure, and we can't continue to tout that we're going to change our fleet over to EVs and not have anywhere for anybody to charge them. So.
And Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. My hesitation, as I was going to reiterate, isn't because in opposition to the concept. I do think we should be the leader in this. I'm just concerned that we are whittling it down, and I do have some higher priorities. And so I'm supportive in concept, but I do think I have some higher priorities that I'm probably be supporting that may make it difficult for me. If I had to reorder my list, I didn't know if it would still make it on there. So just trying to be fair to the process.
Thank you. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I'm supportive as well, and I wish we'd had more success in buying more electric vehicles sooner. I know there's a backlog in manufacturing them, but I think that we're going to find that we're going to have cost savings in the operations and maintenance of those vehicles once we get at the fleet tipping point, because I drive an electric car, and I have not spent $1 on maintenance in the past year on my car.
So I think we have 4 and maybe 5 in the future. So where next? Supervisor?
I guess,
yeah.
You know, I don't know where the board wants to go. We could chew on a lot of things for June, or we could try to start going through, you know, item by item. I don't know what is the best, but I'm willing to do either way.
Supervisor Lavanino, and then Hart.
Thank you. I think one of for me, the biggest item that came before us that we have to discuss is staffing at the sheriff's level. And so I don't know if we want to go at that now, but because I think that's a discussion that we need to have. So, I don't know how we kick that off. And I'll just throw something out too. So another thing that I wanted to discuss was, looking at the cannabis revenue, and it has been up, it's been down. And I think it's time that, we've looked, if you look at the cannabis tax right now, it is paying for, I had a list. It's $2.5 million going into the maintenance fund for the 18%. It is providing the increase for those folks that do in-home health supportive services. It's providing almost $800,000 in library funding, $3.5 million to the co-response program, homeless operating costs, the Voter Choice Act, our translation services. It's being used as kind of a catch-all, which is what it should be. But when we analyze this a little bit more, we're finding out that while the good actors are paying their fair share, our system that we set up might be a little bit porous for those that find a way to manipulate the system. And so what I would like to do is direct staff, with your approval, to return to us with options on ways that we might tighten up the tax structure. And that direction would be to the CEO's office, the treasurer, tax collector, and our cannabis team. Because of the fact any change that we would need to do to the taxation would have to be placed on the ballot, which is November. We are under a shot clock right now, and that would have to come back to us sooner rather than later. So I've been talking to the CEO's office about it in all transparency, but I don't want to try to direct from a singular position. So I'm coming to you as colleagues to see if this is something you're interested in.
Well, I know you've raised it on the board before, and would you elaborate just a little bit more on how we tax it now and what you think would be better and why?
Well, there's a laundry list of ways that we tax all different kinds of percentages and
Cultivation primarily.
cultivation. The grand jury report asked for a square foot tax. What I'm kind of looking for is for staff to bring to us. I don't want to tell you, I don't want to be the one saying this is the way we should tax it. I think we have staff go make some determinations on what other jurisdictions do, kind of look at the grand jury report, and even, discuss it with industry as
And
far
the treasurer.
and the treasurer, absolutely. Make sure the treasurer is involved and find a way that is still fair for those that are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but it closes the loopholes on those that aren't. So.
And let me just ask our CEO, do we have time? I mean, we had a study done initially before we made the decision. I suppose we can go back to that, but how much more, could you just comment on this?
Supervisors, as Supervisor Lavanino said, so to make it for the November ballot, we have to get everything to the elections department before the boards break in July, mid-July. So what we did last time was, about this time, we had a discussion in May to the board with different options, and we could provide different options to the board based on what Supervisor Lavanino said, looking at what other jurisdictions do, going back to the grand jury, looking why we suggested what we did originally. And then the board would have to pass ordinances in June and July to make that deadline. But we can come back. There might be some special meetings involved because we have long meetings working with county council as well as the treasurer tax collector with options in May.
Sure, and the big question is, would it generate more revenue or make the system fairer?
I think, and for the staff's perspective, I think it's the issue of certainty. As you saw, we overestimated revenues by almost 30% this year, and so we don't want to be in a position of having that much volatility in our projections.
Excellent, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just, I think it's good that you're bringing it up. The certainty of doing a square foot tax, though, is exactly what put us in the mess we're in right now at a statewide level, because the state tax is assessed in that manner. It doesn't go up or down with the value of the crop. So it means that somebody's taxation, one local operations taxation level is at 80% right now because the market price is so low. So of course, somebody whose taxation level is at 80%, probably is tempted to go to do things not so according to the law. So that's the problem. So I guess I would wonder that certainty is somewhat at war with the flexibility of.
I have your answer.
Yeah,
I have your answer. So we've looked at this a lot of different ways.
Yes, and I'm not saying we can't look at it, but we don't want to set up the system. We don't want to replicate the system that the state did that failed.
Absolutely, that's horrible. There are a bunch of different ways with a sliding scale or a floor with keeping the 4%. There's a bunch of different options that are out there that would provide us certainty that everybody's paying something. And this is not a way, honestly, to try to increase the revenue, because I think what it is trying to figure out the people that are following the rules. Whatever transaction that we would do is not an increase to their tax, but for those that are working through the system, way to close those loopholes. There are a few systems out there. They're very complicated. I don't think I want to get into them right now. They're not very complicated, but it would complicate the budget hearing. But I think they can be brought back from staff after they look through them and analyze them and determine which one works best for us. But I promise you, there's no intention to replicate a state system, trying to keep it as simple as possible, but instituting some sort of a floor for those that are just not paying anything. So there's options.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I think the biggest challenge with anything that has to go to the voters directly on the ballot is getting a consensus amongst the stakeholders so that there is a clear message to communicate to the voters, and at times tight. So it's going to be challenging to get everybody on the same page. But the place to start is with a conversation and to see what the reactions are, and see if there can be some common ground. There might be a way to pull together things that different interest groups are interested in seeing in one package.
Supervisor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Hartman. Yeah, I'm interested in moving forward with bringing back something. I think the conversation is worthwhile. I'm interested in a system that's a little bit more transparent than what we have right now. I mean, that's what I hear from from community members, is that they're suspicious of the industry because they don't really quite understand the business of cannabis. And so I think, whether if it's a square foot or something that's a lot more transparent for the public so that they really can connect the impact to the revenue that's created would be helpful. I would rather us not have to spend $500,000 a year, hiring a third-party compliance company to walk us through this. I mean, I supported that because I think just like supporting an audit in the TOT, it's going to bring in more revenue, but I wish we wouldn't have to go down that route. And so if we can set up a tax structure, because, again, we've learned a lot about this cannabis endeavor throughout the process just with our land use. I think we've learned small things also with the taxing of it as well, and I think it would be a good conversation for this board to have.
Supervisor Williams.
I think that brings up that we should, as part of the discussion, have an assessment from staff if we're really getting our money's worth out of the $1 million or not. I don't know if it's possible to have that assessment this early, but I was excited that they revised their rate structure downward for us, but I'm just not. I don't know whether we're really catching people through this or not, right? So I guess that would be sort of the main question I have is through our 3 different ways of verification, the treasurer tax collector this way, and the sheriff's enforcement team, are we actually finding catching people? And if we're not catching people, that's got to mean not that everybody's innocent, right? It means that our systems aren't doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was the failure of the state track and trace system which made us have to ante up, and I think that this may be a necessary piece and unrelated to how we tax. But I think I hear agreement that we're willing to direct staff as part of our final motion to look at this, bring this back, and see what you can tell us in terms of fairness, certainty, and I'm interested if it brought in more revenue. Okay, Supervisor Lavanino, you suggested.
Yeah, I suggested we kind of kick around the funding. I haven't talked to anybody else about it, so just kind of curious. I know there was a couple BIFs, board inquiry forms about that. And let me just say in general, I really like that we can do anything, but we can't do everything. If you would have thought like 4 years ago, if we would have come in this room and we said, hey, if we had 272 more employees, well, we're going to cover everything, right? Well, that's what we did. Over 4 years, we've increased the staff by 272. And then we still need, if you look at our sheets, we need 52 more people in the county to meet all of the demand. And so when I was analyzing that, and of course, the first thing I think of is government's just getting too big. But when you start looking at the things that we do and analyze and dissect them, it's because the further we get into these problems, for example, co-response is you start realizing, okay, here's a program that actually saves the taxpayer money. It's effective, but it costs a lot of money, and it requires more investment. So it's just difficult that all those things that we see in here, I don't think there's one that's on the list that I'm not a fan of. They're all worthy. But then I start thinking about it too, and I'm like, okay, here's a department with 300 or 400 people in it, and I've been through these budgets so many times, it's like, if I don't have this one position, everything's gonna fail. I'm like, well, how's that possible, man? We can't be working on that thin of a margin. Fourth consecutive year of no service level reductions, which is amazing. And really the biggest item for me that we've got to tackle is we've got to address one way or the other, figure out, are we underfunded in the, in the custody deputy positions? Are we understaffed, or are we funding at the right level and we're not staffed to the right level? I think we got to have that discussion because it's kind of sitting out there. And, and I think it's funny that we're going to have this conversation right now because yesterday, I guess, was the first day that we actually booked people at the North County Jail, which is a huge, monumental difference for Santa Maria and Lompoc. I don't think it's any coincidence that we've seen crime rates escalate as we waited for that jail to get built, as we've had officers from Santa Maria and Lompoc have to become basically high-priced taxi drivers driving down to South County. So I'm very excited about that, but I want to see these things run efficiently. It is costing us a lot of money, but I think it's money that's well spent. But I need to find that golden zone of having the right amount of people there and still keeping our deputies safe. But at the same time, when I look at the numbers, I'm like, it seems like we're funding it and it's not staffed. So we've got to figure this out.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a comment on this point?
Yeah. I think that the time that I've been here, but you've been here longer, so you could correct me. If the time that I've been here, when we fund new positions, it doesn't necessarily change the amount of people that are hired. The most successful thing that in the time that I've been here in increasing the hires occurred when Barney and the sheriff brought the overhire project to us. So as much as the grid of all these things, and I'd love to have my Montecito guy or gal, and I'd love it, and I definitely want the narcotics team back. But that, to me, if we just fund the position, what's likelihood is that'll get cannibalized from somebody else because we're not actually hiring enough. Where if we go with the overhire strategy, I think that will work. Bob's BIF was about the Prop 172 reserves. We could use and
we could reserve a piece of the 172 reserves for overhires, which is what worked before, was that 3 years ago? And caused OT to drop for the first time in some time. And to access that money, the sheriff has to fill some of those 39 positions. And then we fund more. If he hires some, then we fund more.
Supervisor Nelson. Supervisor Lavanino, did you have a direct response?
Well, yeah. So that's kind of what I've had in my mind of a, it's hard for me to say, I want to fund more positions when we have open positions. We historically had open positions. And then I hear the argument, well, it's hard to recruit, so we can't fill those positions. But I'm struggling with, and how do we get the other ones? So it is a conundrum. But, I was thinking if there's some reward system almost for if there's, 20 hired, you do have overhire authority for another 5. If there's 30 hired, it goes to 7 or 8. I'm not sure 172 is the place. It looks like the money's available, but I, questioned about that earlier and think that might be a little bit of a problem too. So anyway, I do like that principle. It helped in patrol, and I think it could help in custody. So.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I was just going to, Doss kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was going down that same route. We need to get those positions filled. I think that was a successful strategy in the past. I know that Saul and Barney, working with the sheriff, have brought that a long way. Recently had some retirements that have set them back, but this is an opportunity. And so I think what I'm hoping that we're going to do today is show that there's support when those positions are filled for this board to add positions.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I think this discussion is really helpful. I think this is exactly what we need to be doing, is coming up with a strategic plan that gets the positions filled. I think there's a consensus about that. And after that, we'll see when we get to that place. I'm not sure we have to go all the way down that road until we have a concrete plan as to how to get those positions filled. And similarly, in the conversation about the court backlog with the district attorney and the public defender, I'd like to see a strategic plan on how we're going to actually, address those cases. We're talking about adding people, and that's probably the solution that's needed. But I'd like to see something in concrete about, what is that going to mean? How are these people going to reduce those cases? And how are we going to get this backlog addressed over a time period? And I know we have Judge Ellsworth on contract. I think she'd be in a great position to help mediate that and come up with something specific so that when we do adopt the budget, we have some confidence over the next 3 years that we're going to actually achieve what we're hoping we're going to achieve with this extra folks.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think your point, Supervisor Hart, is excellent. Maybe the best way to do it is to say to Mona and to her staff, we'd like the overhire strategy to be brought back to the fore and bring back a recommendation to us, as part of the June budget, whether that's a segment of the 172 reserves or unfortunately, I would not be as psyched about another source, but if that's what it ends up being as a recommendation from staff, but to bring back the overhire strategy back to the fore. Would that send that signal?
Yeah, I support that. I think, hearing from our deputies, and I went and I fact checked it as well, that, right now they're on basically 12 of 14 days working 12-hour shifts. And that's how we're not going to fix the problem of getting more people when more people are going to want to leave. So I think just a message from us that, yes, we understand that, we value it, because it's not just unsustainable, it's not just going to create burnout, it's actually dangerous, So we've got to fix that problem. But I think the first step in fixing that problem is hiring the open positions that we have right now.
Supervisor Nelson? No. I think there's general consensus here. CEO Miyasato, did you want to add anything?
No, I was just waiting if you wanted us to summarize what we heard, or if there's more to be added by the board.
I wanted to add something about the sheriff's budget on the narcotics team. I really think the opioid task force or group that the sheriff has brought together is revealing and how difficult this problem is and how many different types of people have to work together. But there really does need to be a law enforcement piece. I was distressed to hear, though, from the sheriff that the other jurisdictions that are facing these same problems aren't stepping up. And for me, that's I mean, it's affecting all of us. And so I'm eager for the county to step up, but only if others step up as well. So just wanted to get that out on the record. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, and I wanted to second that. This is a problem that spans jurisdictions, and it really is going to take an approach from our local law enforcement officers, our city police, and our county sheriff to work together as a team to address this. And that's one of the things I was interested in looking at the narcotics unit was, I want to see a multi-jurisdictional narcotics unit specifically addressing the opioid and fentanyl issues in our community. And I think that is a huge concern and definitely a need. And I want to do what I can in this budget to provide the seed money or the encouragement to make that happen.
Okay. Well, so I think we've got a fair number of things that we've got agreement on, and I don't think we need yet to have that come back to us. But Supervisor Lavanito?
Well, CEO Miyasato.
Okay.
Supervisor, so if there's agreement, I would like to repeat that because we need clear direction about what we're going to include in the recommended budget.
Okay,
And
yes.
so I would need a motion. So you're directing me to put it in the recommended budget.
Okay, but we're not done yet.
Oh.
I mean, we're not done yet with what you might want to put in your recommended budget, but we are done with the things we think we have 5 or 4.
Correct.
But on the sheriff's side, you want more direction.
I'd like to repeat what I heard, and then you could add to that. So, and Nancy and Paul and Jeff can look at good luck, Mona. So this is what I heard, that there could be a motion from the board on the things that you're looking at regarding the expansion requests. And one is, so there's support for the board to add at least one Veterans Services officer, which is $108,000. And we would continue to work with the Treasury Tax Collector on what else could be done and where those, what's the need, could they be phased in, et cetera. But you would at least like one to come out of the ongoing revenue. $100,000 of one time for the REACH project on the waterfront project. For the P&D, you'd like us to go ahead and put in the recommended budget option 1, which is using consultants. For the TOT audit, we are going to work with the auditor's office, but we understand your intent of funding a position. For the EV position from CSD, you'd like that funded. The department has agreed for 1 year because they believe there's grant funding that can carry it beyond that. Also for EV infrastructure, the $400,000 one time that General Services has suggested as the cost as a first stage in getting all the EV infrastructure done. You'd like us, so that was on the expansions request. We heard there is interest in the human trafficking position, but we can see what else can be done. There's not enough ongoing revenue for that, and the sheriff had said he doesn't think there's more grant funding, but we can bring back some recommendations to you, but it sounds like there's interest in the board in funding that to some degree. Options to come back to look at, you've wanted us to come back to look at the cannabis tax structure. You've said you want something that ensures fairness, consistency of revenue, ensuring those who aren't paying will be paying under a new structure. We'll bring back options to your board. At the time, you also wanted an assessment on how we are on the JPA, the consortium that we're paying into. On the sheriff, you said you'd like us to bring back an evaluation of the overhire strategy and bring something back to the board for the June hearings. Also, you said there's support, Supervisor Nelson, you said there's support in some form, not sure what that support is, but for their narcotics team, if other jurisdictions also agree to support that. And you asked first, what's a plan to reduce the backlog in the public defender and district attorney's office if this funding is provided? That is all that I heard, and I'm wondering, and my staff is nodding. So that's what, if you are going to make a motion for us to include those, to come back with items and to include those other items in the recommended budget, we could do that and defer other discussions to hearings. We would also like, though, some direction on the ARPA money, because there are some things we would like funded in that, and so we'd like your direction on that as well today.
Point us to exactly what you need in terms of direction for ARPA.
So we made some recommendations, and Nancy put up on the slide a couple. Do you have the others? Yeah, go ahead.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, so there's two items that or staff recommended to you today regarding ARPA. One was on the remaining allocation of the public safety radio network. So that's the discretionary portion. This is $17.6 million that would go towards that project. It would be helpful if you're in concurrence with that. The other items were on the restricted bucket. We had $20.7 million and provided you the detail on that allocation as well.
And I guess what's a little confusing to me is because the backlog, is this the same backlog that we're talking about for the DA and the public defender?
So the backlog would give the board additional one-time funding for the current year that was part of the slide. So those are, the 5.9 though are things that are already in the budget. It's just allowing you to have flexibility with some discretionary funds as we backfill them over 3 years. But it does have the court backlog positions for the district attorney and public defender as those expansion requests. So it would be helpful if this is going to be what your board wants to move forward.
CEO Miyasato?
So this is our recommendations, and on the backlog issue that DA Dudley talked about and then Lemur talked about. So another option is if you wanted to fund them at the same level, it's the same dollar amount, and you would have excess of money available in yellow for HVAC projects. I think, so that's an option for your board. I would, the Public Defender's Office has spoken about the need for more staff, even though it's not in parity with the District Attorney's Office, but we're giving you those two options.
Supervisor Williams?
I'd rather us direct adding the money to equalize the positions rather than take it away from HVAC projects that have particularly the ones that have a 10 to 12 year payback period. I mean, ironically, one of those projects is in the Sheriff's Department and could reduce their ongoing expenses. So I think we should keep the money in, and if we have to add it to equalize it, then we have to add it to equalize it.
So what I'm wondering is if we might want to take ARPA and take a motion and get that out of the way and then focus on Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move that we take the discretionary and follow staff's recommendation, move it to Public Safety Radio Network. And then I would go with slide 2 of the proposed remaining restricted funding recommendation revised option, which is the one that's up for ARPA funding.
Supervisor Williams?
I'd make a substitute motion that we do this plus keep the HVAC monies at, it was 900,000 before.
This is additional money for HVAC.
Yeah,
The HVAC number went down as this one went up, right?
Supervisor Williams, through the chair, this is just allowing us to take a portion of what we're not going to spend on the backlog to public defender, and we're just shifting it to HVAC projects if that's what your board would
Okay, all
prefer.
right, I'm good with
So
it.
will you second it?
Yes, I will second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Sorry,
I'm-
I'm not sure which slide we're
Oh.
voting on.
Sorry, so I'll take it back and we'll have more discussion because I didn't give you an option. Sorry, I didn't see the light.
No, I just want to make sure, this is the slide that Supervisor Lavin, you know? Okay, yes.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We've got an action item completed today. After 3 days.
6.5 hours in, right on.
So,
Reportable action.
So I think we've we've done a fair bit in terms of where we have general agreement. I think it might be helpful. I know each of us has pet projects we really care about, and it might be nice to get those on the table. Supervisor Levanino?
Thank you. I'm just curious if the North County youth that didn't make it into or is it? I didn't hear it. So did that mean you didn't hear 3 votes for it, or?
That is correct.
Okay, well, we can do this the
You
easy
still
way
have-
or the
you still
hard
have-
way.
You still have time.
Yeah. And what I'd like to say is I know that 50,000 is in the south, but I think 50,000 probably isn't enough for both Santa Maria and Lompoc, where the problems are really much more serious. So I would love to see that number increased.
I agree. I think we have the ability to do more in this area, and even if it's one-time funding and we chase grants, those types of things, but we have to at least match South County. I think it should be a South County, Mid-County, North County item, because I've got Santa Maria and Guadalupe. You've got Lompoc, you've got San Ynez Valley, Los Alamos, everywhere. We're going to be doing a lot of things, and I think we have to. I hope we have enough votes to at least match what happens in the South County.
CEO Miyasato?
In that case, supervisors, I'd suggest then, since I don't think you have enough ongoing funding, so it could be 50,000 each, and then maybe for 2 years, because I think it takes that while, as Supervisor Lavanino saw, just to get something going. So $200,000 for over a 2-year period of time.
Supervisor Williams?
Well, I think that's really an investment that is important for everyone's public safety and for the kids' future. So absolutely. So it would be a 200,000 allocation. I would agree to that.
And Supervisor Hart?
And I agree too.
And Supervisor Nelson?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got another thing that we can add to our list of agreement across the board.
I just want to make sure we're not shortchanging the South County now. So what is there? I don't mean to be looking out for them, but it's 50. So that's 100 for North County, 100 for
We
Mid-County.
all represent the whole county.
Right. But I just want to make sure they're not getting 50.
Is the ongoing amount the same?
What is the
for
ongoing?
South
Okay,
now?
just as long as we're all this. Yeah.
Okay, so that's all agreement. So again, is it worth talking about other projects that we're really passionate about? Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hartman. Last year during the budget cycle, when things were a lot more cheerful with some of the revenue available, seeing that we knew ARPA was coming, we were still looking at cannabis, and we hadn't got some of the bad news that revenues would be going down. There was a project that my office has been working on really hard on moving forward, which is the Orchid Library. The need to have an Orchid Library has been well documented at this point, but again, it's one of the only 2 libraries in the county that we actually lease facilities. It's undersized for such a large population that Orchid has, and there's a lot of money out there for libraries right now. But for us to get that going in Orchid, we need to be able to have some seed money, and luckily. Unfortunately, in Orchid, through philanthropic support, we already got $2.1 million from local donors, and we have another almost $900,000 from AB 1600 fees. So we're already at $3 million. It's going to be a big project that we're going to need federal and state appropriations, maybe financing through debt in the future. But we have to get a facility to be eligible for those things. We've already potentially lost a $5 million grant because we didn't have a site selected already, and we weren't prepared for that. I was disappointed by that, but I'm also just renewed that I need to keep fighting for that. We do need to get property acquisition to move that project forward. I know I had originally asked for a $2 million match to what we've done in the community. I know that that's a hard lift in this budget. And so my ask is for as little as necessary, but as much as possible to accomplish that. And so, you know, what I would ask for some support is that, you know, that we make maybe some kind of minimal amount and then work with staff to find different revenue sources. This is all money that's going to be leveraged for additional funds at different levels of government. And so I'm not sure what, you know, I know that we have $6 million at one time, and I'm not, don't believe that we should be taking a third of that just to push into one project. That's quite inappropriate. But I do need kind of board support in moving this along. This is listed as one of our 5 projects for federal appropriation this year. I'm hoping to maybe get letters from all of you as well to push that along. So our office is working pretty hard at it. I think we do need some general fund support for the project. And so I'm just throwing that out there.
Ballpark amount, what is this?
Well, I think it's going to be multiple years that I'm going to be coming to you with this project at this point. We've got to chunk this away. Even $500,000 this year would start to move me along. I know that we, hopefully that would be matched with some federal appropriation and maybe state appropriations, and maybe we could get the acquisition out of the way. But I may be coming back to you as we move this project forward, but I think at least getting some general fund into the project would hopefully attract additional dollars.
And serving on the library ad hoc, Guadalupe and Orchid not to have a library building. So I'm supportive of doing everything we can to get it started. Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I'm supportive as well too. Supervisor Nelson took me out to the Orchid community, showed me the potential, one of the potential sites, and it's absolutely inspiring. You walk down the street and you say, isn't that the library right there? And then you learn, no, it's around the corner in a little rented space, and it's a great project, and I'm strongly supportive of it, and we hope that we can put some money into it as well.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Thumbs up.
your pet project.
I have none. I'm good.
Supervisor Hart.
Well, I mentioned it earlier in the budget workshops. The MODOC multi-purpose path, is a great return on investment. I was thinking, in terms of the HVAC return on investments of 10 to 12 years, which is great. This project delivers $7 million from $1 million investment. So I think we have to really look. This is a classic situation where we've got grant funds, can't deliver the project without the local match, and I think we need some amount of money to keep that project. Doesn't necessarily have to be the full amount in one bite, but we need to chip away at this so that when the money's there, it's available to be built.
Would 500,000 do it? And
That'd be great.
Supervisor Williams?
So there's parts of Mission Canyon that are not served by the city's sewer system. They say we've got to pay for the hookup, sort of up front. This is on the expansion request from Public Works, and it's I had a quote that I found the other day. What good is an empire that can rule the waves but can't flush its toilets? Winston Churchill, 1903, I believe. So that's I guess my quote for the day for that project.
And for me, it would be the Refugio right-of-way, and I could take that. It could be 400,000 to get it finished, or 200,000 for 1 year. But we're working with Bucket Brigade and the community, and this is kids can't get to school. There's been a death, and so we really need to make that safer. So that's my top priority. Have we left anything out that we need to discuss further?
Yes.
Mhm.
Chair Hartman.
Supervisor
Yeah,
Nelson.
Chair Hartman, if you will. One other project that I wanted to, or my other, I guess if you want to call it pet project, is, and I don't want to call it the Orchid Community Resource Deputy because it's a North County Community Resource Deputy. You know, when we had that discussion, asked questions about where the other community resource deputies are in our community, our county, the North County is a glaring hole. You know, Isla Vista has one, and they have a lot of needs. I totally agree with that. But, you know, when you include all the areas of the unincorporated North County that aren't served by a community resource deputy right now, it's 5 times the size of Isla Vista. And I just think that that is a really important asset for those unincorporated areas. You know, we created these unincorporated areas. We've got to make sure that we do what we can to provide quality of life. And this is really the connection between law enforcement and its residents. You know, these things can have a great return on investment because, you know, really gets people working together to address crime. And at the end of the day, when we do have this issue of not enough deputies, especially in the North County, it gets one more person on patrol that, you know, or potentially on patrol to address any potential issues that might be happening. And so that's also something I really would like to see some support for, would like to ask for some support for, if the board was willing.
Supervisor Levanino?
Well, I wasn't going to comment on that. So I'm going to leave that one out there because, again, that's one that I would like to see funded, but kind of figure out where it comes into the thing in June. I wanted to talk about, you know, Daryl Scheck came and spoke, and I think we have to address that as well. That I just want, I want our employees to know, and I think I know I'm speaking for everybody here, that, you know, we appreciate all the work that all 4,452 of them do. And it's weird that we come in here and we talk about, you know, 10 positions or 15 positions, and we have all these people doing amazing work of things that board priorities that people have done in the past. So I didn't want that to go unaddressed with Daryl, that, you know, we're all thinking about, everybody right now is struggling with inflation, whether you're a county employee or you're not, department head or an AOP, you go to fill up your gas. You know, obviously it affects somebody on the lower end more, but it still is a shock to everybody. So one thing I wanted to point out in this budget as well is that pension costs stayed flat, you know, for the first time in a long time. And if you want to put on some rose-colored glasses, which I like to do, 2028, there was a study, and I'll bring it in June. Chiron looks at our pension forecast. And, you know, we're paying off a huge unfunded liability, which this board made a decision years ago to basically take that 15 years and close it off and pay off that unfunded liability. And it always seemed like it was so far in the future that would happen. Right now, it's scheduled for 2028, you know, and which still seems like a long ways away, but it's not. It's around the corner. So it's going to start coming into our 5-year forecast pretty soon. And just to kind of give you an idea of, I mean, it drops off the table. Now, this is granted if we continue to hit a 7% return, which this year is going to be a heavy lift. But, you know, if we average 7% over the next 6 or 7 years, we're 9 years into this payoff already. You're talking about a $50-60 million windfall to the county, so that we wouldn't have to continue to put in to pay off that unfunded liability. So it could dramatically change right as I leave office, the fiscal outlook for the entire county. We'd all be sitting around here talking about how much money, you know, can go to each and every specific project. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. But we are thinking about our employees, and it is great that we've had relatively mild we had very, I would have to say, calm period of relations, and I'm glad we signed all of our contracts, and everything seems to be peaceful right now. But we are thinking about them. We understand that this is a hard time for everybody right now.
Supervisor Hart.
I just want to thank Supervisor Lavanino for his service on the retirement board, because our returns have been doing really well.
Since you joined,
Well, I must have taken a vacation this year, so it's not looking as good this year, but you know, we still have a few months left. But yeah, we will rest on that 25% return. Of course, we told our consultants the same thing, like, hey, all you got to do is do this again next year and we're going to be fine, so.
Yeah, I think it was 2030, so it's come down 2 years in a year. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, rose-colored tie. So I think that brings us to,
So Supervisors, if I could just recap the list I read earlier, is what I would need a motion that you're directing us to put that in the recommended budget. In addition, you also mentioned the $200,000 one time to span 2 years for Lompoc and Santa Maria for some kind of youth initiatives. You've also told us you have an interest, and we'll look at the available revenue for the Modoc Path, for the Orcutt Library, for Mission Canyon Sewer, and the Refugio Road Paths. And the county, the staff, I think, has an interest also in the priority CIP lists. So we will go back, look at all of that, and we hear you, and we'll incorporate some amounts into the budget. We'll figure out what that is, and bring back to you recommended budget. It'll be released in May for your discussion in June.
okay, so at this point, we need a motion. Do we have to have you repeat it all, or is that enough and that fits with the direction that we need to give in D above?
Clerk of the board. You have it, okay. She has it.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson?
Well, there's further discussion. You know, I don't know if we spent all the money, and not that I think we should try to by any means. I know we spent most of it. So all the other recommended budget expansions would be continued potentially to the June hearings. Okay, thank you.
And sometimes more money turns up.
And sometimes less. So I just want to make sure. As Supervisor Lavanino remembers, 1 year we had this windfall from the state, and 2 days later we had a huge bill from the state for something else, so.
Supervisor Williams?
So I will move the conceptual motion for incorporation into the budget that Mona articulated.
And A, B, C, D, and E up there.
And A, B, C, D, and E as shown in the screen.
And may I get a second? Second. Do we need public comment? I forgot about that.
Chair Hartman and members of the board, thank you. For the record, we do not have any additional requests to speak on this item. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have a motion and a second. Why don't you call the roll on this one?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Aye.
Supervisor Williams.
Aye.
Supervisor Hart.
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson.
Aye.
And Chair Hartman.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so now is general public comment. Any items that were not on our agenda today? Does any member of the public want to address the board?
Chair Hartman and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on general public comment today.
Okay, we're adjourned to Tuesday, April 19th in Santa Maria.